Thank you very much, honorable members, colleagues, councillors, members from the departments. Let me start by sincerely apologizing for starting late, honorable councillors. As I've alluded earlier that we are facing some technical problems, but I can confirm to you now that everything is in order. We applaud the IT service guy to have assisted us, and we are ready to shoot. Thank you very much. Grace and peace again. Colleagues, my name is Councillor Patrick Machiane Kamabona, the chair of chairs in the city. I'm sitting in as the chair of the committee today, given powers by section 4.2. In the event of the absence of the chairperson of any meeting of the committee, the chair of chairs may chair the meeting, or the committee may select an acting chairperson for the purposes of that meeting from amongst its ranks, provided that in the event of the chair of chairs chairing a meeting in the absence of the appointed chairperson, the chair of chairs shall be counted for the purpose of the quorum. Colleagues, if all is well, I'm ready, I can continue. It's on the side of the councillors. Okay. For the purpose of the minutes, can we have the names?
Councillor Randall, agree?
Okay, seconder?
Councillor Municipal, I agree for the chair of chairs to chair the meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. Done with the formalities. We are now going to take this opportunity. I take it that everybody has the program. We were supposed to start at 9 and start with the presentation from Human Settlements at 9:05. So we are 1 hour 30 minutes late, hoping that we will finish on time. Without any waste of time, can I then introduce to you our divisional head from Housing and Human Settlement, Ntate Silo Chipu, who will then take us through the first presentation of the day. Mr. Chipu?
No, thank you very much, Chair. And just to also indicate and give the apology on behalf of my group head, Ms. Nantola, she's currently on leave. I'm currently acting as the group head. Chair, you'll remember that this request for the presentation regarding the flood victims of Mamelodi came twice in the last year, which we have submitted twice. Unfortunately, it was actually postponed. The meeting was postponed. So what we did, we have actually updated, because in terms of the relocation or upgrading of informal settlement, it's not a static process. Every day we are actually working, so it's dynamic. That's why we have actually updated. We have shared the presentation through the Q link with the secretariat so that it can actually be shared with all the councillors. But we are also having it on memory stick. After the presentation, we can also share it with the councillors, because it's huge as it has the video, so it exceeds the capacity of the emails. Chair, we requested to come and be able to share the progress in relation to the relocation of the Mamelodi flood victims. What we did, we then be able to agree in terms of this approach. If you look at the presentation, we talk about the problem statement and the approach of the upgrading of informal settlement in the city. What is the approach and what is the decision? And this approach will also check to indicate the number of informal settlements we have and how far are we in terms of the upgrading. We further share with the committee the principles that have been approved by council from the policy point of view in terms of how do we conduct ourselves in relation to relocation and allocation of stands. But also to talk to the progress that we have actually made as far as this matter is concerned, because this matter started in 2019 after the first flood victims that we had. Then we'll also be able to talk to you in terms of the area where we are relocating these people, which is in Pinarsfjord, and just to talk about the progress in terms of the clearance, and just finally be able to give the progress in terms of the relocation and allocations of numbers of who is actually benefited in terms of this particular process. And we are also indicating the focus areas that we are now focusing on for us to be able to sustain what we have actually started. The challenge that we are having, Chair, in Region 6 and Region 5 is that we have the scarcity of land. There's no land that is available that is owned by a government. As we speak, you will know that Mamelodi is currently landlocked. Those who knows Mamelodi, you will realize that the Far East is actually sitting along what we call the Green Belt. They are sitting along the mountains, the Mahalis Mountains. So you will know Stephen Park, Alaska, they are just sitting on top of the mountains. So there's no any other land. The land that is available will actually be the land that is between Mamelodi and Bronco-Spray. The old those are the old farms. And some of those farms were actively involved on agriculture and other activities. And those are now available on a market, on a willing seller and willing buyer principle. So it's a very difficult part because we don't have that. While we are having backlog of the informal settlements, but we don't actually have the land to be able to provide for that. So the only option that we are available is to buy from the private area, the private people, which is very much expensive and it's very difficult to deal with that. While we are dealing with that, in 2019 we then had the unpleasant incident of the floods. And that floods affected mainly the people who were sitting along the Moreta River. And those are the informal settlements that are sitting along that line. Those are the areas like your Willow Farm, your Mavoso, your Easter Fabric, your Soul City. And along those particular areas, they were highly affected at that time. And after affected, there was a need for us to be able to respond to that. But we are also having a serious challenges in terms of the undocumented foreign nationals. These are the people that are coming from the neighboring countries, especially from SADC, which have actually found refugee in this particular informal settlement. And you will remember that the issue of the control of the borders, the issue of the implementation of the Immigration Act is not necessarily the responsibility of us as the city. The function is sitting in the National Department of Home Affairs. But those people are now having found the refugee in almost all these informal settlements, which is making very difficult for us to be able to make progress in relation to the relocation and allocation of funds or ensuring the sustainable human settlements. Then the other areas that how do we then balance between the old informal settlements, the new informal settlements, and the people we have registered in the National Housing Needs Register. Because in terms of Section 26 of the Constitution, the government is very clear that it is responsible to provide the shelter to all the citizens in this particular country. And those people, the process in terms of doing it in line with the National Housing Code is that an individual is expected to register in the National Housing Needs Register to say, I'm a one citizen, I'm working but I'm earning less than 3,500, I'm a South African citizen, I'm unable to build my own house, then the government will provide the subsidized house for that particular person. But on other hand, there are people who are now invading the land. And those people are saying, we have invaded the land, therefore we want the land, the government to provide us with the alternative side. And there are those that have invaded since 1995, there are those that are recently invaded. So how do we then be able to balance the two? And those who recently invaded, they've invaded in an area that is environmental sensitive, either the flooding area, the wetland area. So the issue of jumping queue is now becoming very pragmatic. And how about the old person or a person with disability who's sitting in the National Housing Needs Register, who cannot go and invade the land? How do we then deal with that particular person who's following the law? So the balance between the two is very much difficult in terms of dealing with it, because in some instances they become with emotions, and the emotions, especially when there are cases of the flooding. Then the other area is that the city is actually grown much, but from the bulk investment point of view, in terms of both water, electricity, sewer, we have not actually invested much in terms of that. So this land that we have bought from the market, the land that I'm talking between the Pietersport area, the land between Mamelodi and Bronco-Spray, we buy that land that doesn't actually have the bulk infrastructure. It's the land that you buy as it is, you need still be able to say, how do you provide that bulk infrastructure? So you are still going to be able to buy that land, subdivide it, give it to people, but you will not be able to give them sustainable services. You still need to sit 5 to 10 or 15 years for you before you provide those particular services. So those people that you are putting there, you might put them there, you have declared the area a municipal transitional settlement, you have given them the stands, then you provide them with the service in terms of the water tankers and the chemical toilets, which can take more than 10 to 15 years for you to provide. At the same time, the entire Region 6 and Region 5, from the electricity point of view, has reached its full capacity. It's provided from Nyala. You know the Nyala is sitting somewhere in the far east. The Nyala, in terms of the kilowatts of electricity, is sitting around I think 750. As it is now at full capacity. So the new areas of your Pinar Sport or any new other settlement, you are few areas, it's very difficult to be able to put them into the grid. So it means you need a new infeed station. That's why we are talking about the Veldebias, which need to be built in that particular area. But it's not yet built. So the question is that those people, as much as we are doing that, we are just going to give them the land, but that land will not actually have the services until we deal with this issue of the bulk services. And it's not only in Region 5 and Region 6, all other regions. We will know the experience of Rayvan. We will know the issues of the challenges in Central area. We know in the Pretoria West. It's a serious issue in terms of the capacity of the bulk infrastructure. Then the other issues in terms of these people who have invaded the land, they are now doing what you call the illegal connection of services, which are resulting in an uncontrolled overload on the system and declining the revenue for the city. So the people of Mamelodi, they will not necessarily be able to be motivated. Mamelodi, for instance, in Igarin, for them to be able to come and pay services, if they cannot be able to get water, because the water is now tapped illegal by the informal settlement. So they will not be able to come and pay. And if they don't pay, it means the revenue from the city's point of view is going down. And if the revenue is going down, it means we cannot maintain the infrastructure, we cannot build the new infrastructure. Then our cities become stagnant. And ultimately, we will not necessarily be able to have what we envisage as sustainable human settlement. And the final issue is the vandalism of infrastructure. When the people do the illegal connections, the transformers are suffering. You will have the regional teams changing the transformer on daily basis. And the transformer, one of the transformer, you may find that is 500 or 1 million. So where are we going to get those particular funds? So in line with that problem statement, we also need to share with you the current backlog. In 2021, as the city, we have adopted what we call the informal settlement upgrading strategy. For us to do that, we have actually conducted the assessment. And that assessment confirmed at that time that we are having 210 informal settlements in the city of Swan. Those are the informal settlements that are now, in terms of the strategies approved by council, we are attempting to the upgrading. But what happened is that the decision was taken early 2024 that we need to develop what is called the informal settlement management policy. As part of that process, we then made a new count. In terms of the current count, we are currently having 502 informal settlements. So the growth from 2021 to 2024 is that we are now sitting in 502 informal settlements, which is huge. So it means even if we have a concerted effort in terms of upgrading of informal settlement, we are dealing with the moving target. And that moving target has an implication. I've already spoken about the land, I've already spoken about the bulk infrastructure, I've already spoken about the finances, which we don't actually have. While we are having that number, there are still other people who are still sitting in the backyard rooms. We are currently having more than 168,000 people who are still sitting in the backyard rooms, who are saying, as the city, you still need to be able to assist us, to be able to provide us with the affordable rental market, where we can be able to rent and be able to be close where we are working. It's the backlog that we are having there. Then in terms of the National Housing Needs Register, we are having
You are protected, Mr. Chief. Colleagues, please, can we be in order and try by all means not to disturb the presenter, please.
In terms of the National Housing Needs Register, we still have more than 229,000 around the city of Swan who are saying, in terms of the Section 26 of the Constitution, you as the city or you as the government or the state, you have the responsibility to provide us with the shelter. These are the people that are still waiting so that they can actually be able to be provided with what we call the government subsidized housing. And then we still have more than 25,000 who are sitting in the old hostels. These old hostels will build the hostel in Refilwe, will build the hostel in Soshanguve, will build the hostel in Mamelodi, will build the hostel in Atteridgeville, the Sourceville. We just recently have demolished the old hostels in Sitobeni, where we have actually allocated those 82 people, the new permanent stands in Sitobeni Heights. We have actually closed that one. So we are still left with this particular 5 hostels. When these people, they are saying the hostel was actually established in terms of the legal framework that was coming directly from the apartheid regime. As the current vocabulary of the current democratic vocabulary, we are not supposed to be living in hostels. We are supposed to be living in a sustainable family unit. So as government, you had the responsibility to provide to us. We have not yet done that. Those hostels, if you go to them, they are still there in a very bad situation. And if you upgrade them, the cost estimates that we have made for us to upgrade them in a way that we can turn them into integrated family units, you talk more or less 1.5 to 2 billion, which is a function that is actually between us and the province and national, with the money is actually not available. So this is how we look in terms of the problem statement from the city's point of view. And then I've already indicated that from 2018 to date, we had 124% increase of the number of the informal settlements, which is actually highly unacceptable. It means from the controlled development point of view, from the land use management bylaw, and also from the community safety point of view, we are unable to prevent the land division. And if you cannot control the development as the city, who's even the responsible to drive the economic growth, not only for the city but also for the government, then we are having a serious problem. It's a serious challenge that we are actually facing, which we need to be able to have a serious discussion as the city to see how do we then handle this. Because it's no longer about the people who are in need of the accommodation. It's that now you'll have people who have organized themselves in a form of criminal syndicates who are actually making money out of this particular process. Because when you arrive in most of the informal settlement, the shacks are now rented to these undocumented foreign nationals, and they are getting the money out of those particular people. And it's a serious challenge that we need to be able to deal with it. And then what out of this particular problem statement, what is the approach from the city's point of view to say, how do we start to be able to have a systematic effort or approach of actually addressing this informal settlement? From the city's point of view, we have completed what you call the assessment, we have categorized all the informal settlement, and we have approved what you call the upgrading strategy for all the informal settlement, which was done through what you call the National Upgrading Support Program, which was coming from the city. The strategy was approved in 2021. And we have a dedicated unit in the Human Settlement Department, which has been established to address the issue of the informal settlement growth, but also the upgrading of the informal settlement. I'm the one who's leading that particular unit. I'm the divisional head for that particular unit. We are now have taken a decision to be able to proceed with the formalization of the informal settlement, which is in line with the upgrading of informal settlement program, and where the service stands will be provided to the qualifying beneficiaries. And then we are also saying through group property and ourselves that we will then acquire, but in some instances we will also be able to expropriate more of the available land for us to be able to accommodate the people who are sitting on the backlog as defined above. We have declared the identified informal settlement in the city of Suwan as what we call the municipal transitional settlements, so that it can allow what we call the incremental development. The municipal transitional settlements, we have declared them in terms of section 60 and 35 of town planning scheme, which allow us to proceed what we call the incremental development. And we are currently finalizing the development of the informal settlement management policy, and we have actually also said we are confirming this and support the greenfield projects and the mega projects to accommodate the backlog in both the housing needs register, informal settlements, backyard and hostel dwellers. And we are, like I said, currently we are busy with the implementation of the upgrading strategy, which is currently underway throughout the city. As we speak now, we are busy with the allocation of stands in Arankuwa. You will know that, Councillor Khatla. We are busy with that. We are also busy with that in Stand Battle Extension 10. We are going to be busy in Sisanani. We are busy with the clearance that there are going to be allocated stands, and we are also busy in Pietersburg. A number of areas will be doing that allocating people permanent stands, and then post services, and those that are not services, then we'll proceed with the incremental development. And we'll then be able to proceed what we call the provision of the rudimentary services. We are currently using what we call the mobile water tankers and the chemical toilets. But in line with that, we have also went further. We are currently engaged the University of Pretoria to come and do what we call the cost comparative study for us to utilize what we call the in-house model of providing these rudimentary services and the external way of providing rudimentary services. Because there's been a lot of debate, and the debate that we are having is that the issue of utilizing the mobile water tankers and the chemical toilets, it seems to be very much expensive to the city. But there was no scientific study in relation to that. We went and engaged the University of Pretoria. They are currently busy with that. They just finalized the first phase with the inception, and from there we'll then be able to be proceeding with the other steps. And for the next 5 months, we are expected to have that particular study. And this is what I've indicated at the assessment that we have done at that time. It was 186. You can see you have categorized them. You have category A. Category A is where you just proceed with what you call the conventional formal full upgrading. This is your areas like your Sitobeni Heights, where we just went and proceeded with the upgrading. Upgrading. Your proposed Orchards 110, it was full upgrading. And the B1 is where you have the interim arrangement with the basic services. B2 is eventual relocation with basic services. C is immediate relocation. These are the people who are sitting in the flat line, who are sitting in the area of development. We just need to be able to proceed with the immediate relocation. And then, what are the principles that are informing us to relocate and allocate the stands to the beneficiaries? So that whoever comes to us, it might be the media, it might be MPEG, it might be the Chapter 9 institutions, it might be legislature, it might be any other individual who can come and say, what are the basis of your relocating and allocating the stands? Are you not doing what we call the corruption in whatever you're doing? So what we have agreed from the policy point of view is that no relocation will happen from informal settlement to informal settlement. If we relocate you and allocate you the permanent stand. The stand might be serviced and might not necessarily be serviced. But when we relocate you from the shack number, we give you the stand number. We don't relocate you with the shack number and give you the shack number. We relocate you with the shack number, we give you the stand number. That's the first principle. And that both old and the new informal settlements, particularly those in city and dangerous areas, will be prioritized during the relocation. This is what we refer as the balancing act. That all that we are going to relocate, they must be check marked, verified, registered, so that they can be relocated and allocated stand. That we need to prioritize those that are in the area of development, including those who are sitting under power lines, servitude, road reserves, environmentally sensitive areas. You'll remember K54 story. The K54 story is the route that was intending to alleviate the challenges that was sitting in K69. K69 is Solomon Mahlan from Mamelodi, because it was congested too much. So you had to be able to have the alternative. It has K54 so that it can move from Mamelodi. It's go directly up until Centurion. So it had to stop on the way because there were more than 800 people who were sitting on that way. So the Houtrans had to lose more than 200 million of the contractor who was sitting on site, who cannot actually be able to proceed because people have invaded that. And that road was not only going to be able to deal with the alleviation of K69, was also going to open the economic and social opportunities for Mamelodi. Link Mamelodi direct to N4 and Adamila to Centurion to make easy in terms of the business transaction and the mobility between the two and the economic activities that can actually happen even along that particular route. And we had to sit for more than 4 years for us to be able to do that on the basis of the invasion of land, which was not actually a primary issue. It became secondary. A primary issue was for Houtrans to construct that particular route. So we said those areas we need to prioritize and relocate those particular people so that Houtrans can proceed. As we speak now, we have concluded they are busy with the construction of that particular route so that it can go to N4 and up until it go directly to East and to Centurion. And Mamelodi can actually be easily accessed. So if you are doing business between the two, it's going to be able to be efficient and also effective, and it's going to be actually economically make sense. And then then we agreed that As much as we are doing a relocation, we need also to allocate the beneficiaries who have actually registered in the National Housing Needs Register, especially in 1998, and those that are sitting in what we call the transitional residential units, and those that are sitting under the power lines. That we need to prioritize them, including those that are sitting in the old hostels. Then what we are doing during the relocations, when we do the relocation, like we did last year, we started the other one around in October. If we do that time, from our side, we make provision of what we call the scholar transport, because we are impacting on the academic activities of the learners. But as soon as we complete that relocation, we then engage the Department of Education. And their response is very positive, it's very quick. If you go to Municipal, you'll realize that they've already built a new school. They are currently going to build the other school around Municipal. They are also going to build other school in Lofontein. But if it's during the academic activities, we definitely make provision of the transport. But the parents and the Department of Education will be expected to start with the new academic year or the new term to be able to take the responsibility. And then we also have what we call the meaningful and inclusive consultation and engagement with all, including the informal settlement residents, hostel dwellers, and those who are sitting in the needs register and the backward dwellers, so that you don't leave any person behind. Because the issue here is the politics of the what you call the queue jumping. So you need to be able to manage that. And how do you manage that? Everybody must be meaningfully engaged and meaningfully involved, so that ultimately everyone feel to be part of the process. And then finally is that we also need to make sure that we implement the court orders where it's feasible. If there's a court order that already has been issued by the court order, by the High Court, to say this person needs to be relocated, we just need to be able to relocate that person so that we can close those particular court. So we don't have backlog in terms of the court orders. So what is the progress that we have made in terms of the areas? There's a view of saying we are talking to these people to say they are flood victims. It's not only flood victims. I've already indicated the principles. We are dealing with the relocation of the informal settlements in Mamelodi to within Region 6 and Region 5. Both of them must actually be able to benefit out of this particular process. So what is the progress? So the phase 1 relocation is completed, where we have relocated 157 beneficiaries. And these are the beneficiaries in 2019 after the floods. Were actually sitting in Mamelodi West Baptist Church. They were sitting in Stanza Wabi Community Hall, Nelmabias Community Center, Mamelodi Extension 11, and Transit Camp 1 and Portion 2. And these were relocated to the portion of land there. At that time, it was portion 415 of the Mui Plus. They were all relocated at that time. And this relocation were done in terms of the principles that I referred them before this particular slide. And everyone in Mamelodi and in Region 5 was consulted. The coordination was done. I was the one who was leading that particular process. We have consulted. Then the phase 2A relocation was also done when we were relocating 650 residents who were sitting in Eastern Fabric, K54 route, 77 and Transit Camp, which was also completed. And this phase 2 is when we were relocating people to portion 20 and portion 315 of the Farm Mui Plus. It was done. They were all relocated. And then the phase 2B relocation was actually done, and this was completed, I think, in 2023, where we have relocated 579 beneficiaries from Eastern Fabric, Pumulong, Mamelodi Phase 1, Mamelodi Extension 70, and Mamelodi Extension 11, and also from Pinar Sport, part of them, to Low Foundation Extension 27. And this was done in November 2023. Low Fontaine, Extension 27, if you know the Migrant Sport Road, is sitting there. We have actually relocated. Currently, Exit is busy electrifying them. The Department of Education is busy with the construction of schools. Like I've indicated, we have not had the issue of bulk. The Migrant Sport wastewater treatment plant is running at full capacity. We don't have bulk from water, and we are still working that from plan. Currently, people are provided with rudimentary water and rudimentary toilets. And this is the numbers that's indicated when we were relocating them for the Low Fontaine. I think they're indicated there. You see all of them, the people that are benefited. You are Eastern Fabric, you are Pomolo, you are Mamelodi Phase 1, Extension 17, and Pinas Pool, and that is the number that is given. And this is the layout map of Low Fontaine. It's an approved township we are currently finalizing the general plan with the Office of Surveyor General. From there, proceed with the issue of the opening of township register and the proclamation of township, so that we can issue the title deed. But remember, when you open the township register, you also require to be able to provide what you call the Section 82 or Section 110 certificates. We cannot provide because we are not actually providing services. It's a very difficult part, and that process must actually lead to the proclamation of township and can issue the title deed. We are able to do that because we don't have the services. So that's why we are currently preparing the report to go to council, requesting council to engage the minister to allow us to be able to proceed in a different way, so that people can have what you call the title deed. Whether the person have the service or not, but we can give them what you call the security of trade, then the service will come. That kind of discussion we are having now with the team from our side. The report is circulating, we're waiting comments, we'll take it to council so that the council can grant us that approach for us to proceed. But this is the layout map that is actually, every stand is currently allocated. And then the challenge that we have is that after we have done this, the relocation of to phase 1, phase 2, phase 2B, we had a challenge because you still have more people who still need to be relocated. Then the province came, assisted us to acquire the land. And the land that we acquired is what we call the Municipal Extension 50, 22, 23, and 25. It's the land where we didn't just buy the land. The province acquired what you call the approved township for us to be able to assist. When they acquire it, the view was that it's going to be able to accommodate 5,200 beneficiaries. The only challenge is that when we were going on site, we started to realize that people were having what you call the illegal mining site in that area. And they affected that land fundamentally, to the extent that the studies that have been conducted there, they had to be reviewed. So we had to start to appoint the new town planner, the new engineer to be able to assist us with those studies. Then we proceeded with what you call the incremental approach of actually dealing with that land. So here's the land. You can see how it's actually affected. You can see all this area is where we had the illegal mining site, which was very difficult for us to immediately relocate people. What we then do, this is the video of the land when we arrive on it. You can just see it. So it was not easy for us to relocate people immediately. But at that time there was a pressure. The pressure of people who were sitting in the Mabias community hall, the pressure of people who were saying they are flooded. And remember, this flooding didn't only happen in 2019. It repeated itself in 2022. So we had the pressure. So this is how we conquered it. Those are the people who were doing illegal mining center. The people who created the mess. So that area, we had, at that time, we had a pressure from everyone. There were people who were sitting in the Namibia's community hall, that they were sitting there for long. They need to be relocated immediately. Every politician who was here was going there. Legislature, everybody. There were people who were sitting in the, who were still saying they're sitting in the flood area. There was pressure all over to say, what do we do? We then agreed at that time that let's then go and appoint the contractor and the consultant, so that we can be able to go and assist us with the areas. I think this is the indication of the area, like I said, where we have a problem in terms of the area. And then we then agreed to go and appoint the contractor and the consultant for us to help us. In 13 September 2023, we then be able to appoint the service provider for town planning. And from there, we appointed the consultant for health and safety agent on March and May 2024. And in 2024-26, we have appointed the contractor who came and assisted us with the partial clearing and rehabilitation of the site. Then he came and be able to assist us in terms of the rehabilitation of the illegal sand, these areas as indicated, the rehabilitation of the area for us to be able to be in a position to relocate and allocate the people coming from those depressed areas. So I'll just be able to go straight. This indicates the extent of the areas of the challenges and how we have actually cleared at that time. Just indicate we've moved there. This is how we have cleared. You can see how we have cleared the area. This is how we have indicated at that time. That can actually be able to accommodate. As we speak now, we have accommodated around 1,921 people in terms of this. But the work is still continue in terms of the further rehabilitation of the area that is highly affected. And then these are in terms of the informal settlement that have been identified that they will ultimately be able to be relocated to Peanutsburg. Is the list starting from this area and the region, because we are accommodating both region 5 and region 6. Peanutsburg is sitting in region 5. So it was difficult for us to take people who are saying they are flooded in region 6 to region 5. The people of region 5 stand up and say, no, not in our land. So we had to come and have a discussion. That's why we had to approve those particular principles, so that everyone will actually have a share on it. So these are the numbers of those particular people, and these are the people who will then be able to be relocated, which we are going to start immediately now in February to look for living extension 32. We'll be actually completing those outstanding numbers to those areas. And these are the areas as indicated where we have actually done the check, the check marking, the registration, and the verification. The progress is indicated there, and that they are ready to actually be relocated. It's going there. And these are the layout map for Peanutsburg for the extension 50. Bigger part of it is already allocated now, and this is 22 part of it is allocated, and this 23 is an area that we need to be able to work on it now in the third phase of actually clearing and rehabilitating, as it was highly affected. Part of it was also having the shooting range, which we are now working on it to see how we can be able to take. And this is 25, which is also need to be able to clear as part of the illegal mining center, so that the remaining people can actually be allocated. And this is the progress of the relocation allocation of stands. Those who are sitting in K54, 889 people are relocated and allocated stands. Pumulong, we have relocated 323. They are sitting in the stands. Nelmapis extension 4, 37. Mavuso, 88. Then we had the special cases. These are the special cases of areas where when we do relocation, others were highly affected. We had to include them, we were 90. And then we had Volvo Sprayed, 70. Volvo Sprayed, you all know it. It was an issue. It was sitting along Solomon Matangu and Delmas Road. We know that the land was belonging to the PIC. It was a very serious issue in the city. We had to relocate those people, but the land now is handed over to the PIC. 70. We had Willow Farm, 56. Mamelodi Phase 3, 143. Alaska, 175. Soul City, 39. Nkandla, 25. Marikana, 25. We are now sitting at around 1,921 people who have been located and allocated stands in Peanutsburg. And then this is what we are doing currently on site. In terms of the rudimentary services, we are providing them with the non-mobile water tankers, which are providing water 4 days a week. And then in terms of the rudimentary water toilets, we are providing them with 155 chemical toilets, service twice a week. And in terms of waste management, 4 refuse households collected once a week on a weekly basis. And we are grading the access road. Already 18 kilometers of internal streets have been graded. We were just affected by the recent rains. The team have conducted the assessment now. We are going to go back to grade it again. And the scholar transport, we provided the 2 buses up until the end of December. This is now handed over the Department of Education for them to proceed with the work. In fact, we are meeting them now at 11 o'clock just to discuss overall issue of the scholar transport, so that all the areas that we have relocated can actually benefit out of that particular process. And then these are the strategic focus areas. We need to talk about the sustainable phase of land invasion, because this is the moving target, and as soon as people invaded the land, they become a housing backlog, which is not necessarily the case. The issue is the failure of the system to be able to prevent that. And the system was supposed to deal with that particular element. We don't have a problem to say, now we are having 502 informal settlement, let's put full stop. No any other check that is coming. But if there are continuous invasion, like is happening in region 4, I mean, when you drive that area of Municipal, it's worse, it's bad. I mean, it's bad. Whether it's happening in a private land, city's land, or any other person, but ultimately the state has the responsibility. And the state in this case is going to be the city that must actually be able to cope that. And we don't have enough. As we speak now as the city, our capital budget is sitting around 2.6 billion. The capital city, which is third in the world, with 2.6 billion, that's nothing. We're supposed to be sitting around 20 billion if we were serious about developing it. And if you took that 2.6 billion, you look at it, the 87% of that 2.6 billion is the grant. The biggest is the USDG and the ISUPG. So there's nothing internal that is actually contributing for us to create the new assets. So we need to think, we all need people to have the different way of actually dealing with the development going forward. We are currently dealing with this process specification for us to be able to appoint the contractor to finalize the site clearance and rehabilitation process for the remaining area of Municipal. And then we are intending to commence with the relocation of beneficiaries. And now if you win with the contractor, we are saying March, we are targeting March for us to finalize that. And proceed with the registration and verification of beneficiaries, continuous engagement with the residents regarding the relocation of the beneficiaries. Because it's not only about the relocation. Some of the people are taking advantage of that particular issue and they seem to be raising their own ideas, their own way that they can be able to say, we are now the leadership, we need to actually be recognized. So you need to be able to continuously manage and engage in terms of moving forward. Thank you very much. I think that's the presentation from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ntate Chipu. I understand you have noted few things on your presentation. I see you have relocated 25 people from Kandla to Pinar Sport. I don't know if you have from Kandla.
25, yeah.
25 from
Yes.
Kandla.
Yes, informal settlement, yes.
No. Thank you very much, Ntate Chipu. We are now on questions and answer. Towards a way forward, I've noted that you are supposed to be in another meeting with the Department of Education just now. Honorable Councillors, Honorable Randall, in that order, please.
Thank you so
Yes.
much, Chair of Chairs, and for the presentation, Mr. Tipu. I've noted
Okay.
that you've spoken about.
Honorable Councillor, I'm told you'll have to.
Mr. Lebo.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Apologies for that. Honorable Councillor Randa.
Thank you so much, and for the presentation. It's quite insightful, and it's actually quite alarming to see how we've grown in terms of informal settlements and that the city cannot do it on our own. And I'm glad one of my questions would have been the involvement of province, but I think you've answered it during your presentation. That's not actually our mandate. Yes, we need to provide the land, but province needs to come to the party and they need to come and build whatever needs to be built. So thank you for the question that was answered. Water scarcity. We've noted many times when I was still in that area, Rayton and the surrounds, they wanted to build a Pick and Pay, for example. They stopped the development there because of water scarcity, and that's really a challenge for us in terms of how expensive water tankering is. So, that was just another comment. Then I just want to understand the incremental upgrades. Is that the same as what you've done in orchards, the in situ upgrades? I just wanted to understand whether it's the same thing. Chair, the National Housing Register, is it per province? Say, for instance, I'm actually staying in Limpopo, but we know that we've got an influx of people looking for job opportunities. Will we know whether this person coming to Gauteng has already benefited from a stand in Limpopo or not? How do we deal with that? The other challenge is the illegal sale of land. And I think, Mr. Tipu, you will remember Leeuwfontein, that's how that started, because they were selling stands illegally. How will we deal with that? And then what I just wanted to know, the green areas or the wetland areas, how will the city prevent the reoccurrence erecting shacks after we've then moved our people to the proper stands that they deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Randall. I believe, are you comfortable with answering the questions from Honorable Randall, or can I take all the questions?
You can take them, it's fine.
Okay. Matlow, Honorable Councillor Matlow.
Thanks, Chair of Chairs. Thanks, the presenter, Mr. Chief. Mine is just a small question, really, in terms of the relocation process. You say when you relocate people from informal settlements, there's a lot of foreign nationals in those informal settlements, and then, but you don't give them a stance. You only give South Africans. But in terms of that process, what happens really now to these people? Where do they go? In terms of your process, you know where they end up, or you just leave them there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Matlow. Yeah, what a very interesting question, Honorable Chipu. Where do you take them to? Because you can't give them the stands because they don't have proper documents. So where do you take them to? Honorable Councillor Katle.
Thanks a lot, Chair of Chair. I've got a few questions and comments also. One, I grew up in Harangu. I was born in Atteridgeville. And sometimes most of our residents and my peers are offended because of I have opportunity to acquire illegal land. But I'm a disciplined resident. I was not always a ward councillor. I was a young man who wanted to, where do we draw a line between protecting the rights of somebody like myself and the rights of illegal people who just come in, and when I leave this meeting, maybe I should go and find a piece of land somewhere so that I can find land, so that I can jump the queue. What are we saying? We are live now. What are we encouraging? That's why this thing is growing from 200 people to 500, because we have created a window of opportunity. And opportunistic people are using it. When do we draw the line? Number two, you closed by a comment that says that the finances of the city are affected. The greatest killer is this one. We are losing our revenue to this thing. We are all going to collapse. We are all going to die eventually, because if we don't deal with this problem. The last one is to ask a question. Do we have officials who have capacity to deal with the problems now? You every day come to work, get into offices, and you also know, you have highlighted one that you see. Do we have the capacity to deal with the problem now? What are we discussing in offices to deal with the problems now? Can we use technology? Can we fly drones to see, visualize, take photos of our whole area and everything? Can't we just deal with the problem? Can't we become American office? I see now they are very radical in putting America first. Can't we get to that level of saying now we are dealing with the problems, we're going to be radically, people are not going to be happy, but it's that full stop you're talking about. Do we have the capacity? Do we have officials who are well trained, who can come to the office and brief us resolutions as councillors, proposals to discuss in council, to say we think if we can do A, B, C, D, we can resolve the problem. Because this problem cannot go further. It's alarming. It's a serious issue, and that needs to be dealt with. Because at the end of the day, and are we creative enough to maybe, instead of tankers providing water to residents, create a sub-reservoir where tankers can just fill the reservoir, and that reservoir will be full maybe for a day or two or something like that. How innovative are we? Can we have areas that are off-grid, solar systems? What can we provide? gas stoves, solar systems, and other things, so that because we are having power problems and we are talking renewable energy. Have we thought of that, of creating those areas that are off grids, maybe, and try to see if we build those houses or settlements with solar stands and other things? What are we doing? Do we have a creative boardrooms that can discuss and find solutions, or do we talk about problem statement? It's been many years now. We're talking problems. Can we reach solutions? Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Khatle. We are just been joined by Honorable Councillor Matonsela. You are welcome, sir. And I've received few apologies from other councillors. Councillor Karabo, not gonna make it. Councillor Peter Mayer, on leave. Councillor Khotsotsila, dealing with public unrest there in his ward. Rodney Masele to join later, and the Honorable Chairperson of this portfolio committee not being out of the province due to political, what you call, hey, the handwriting here. the handwriting here, for the lack of a better word, due to political commitments. Thank you very much, colleagues. Tate Matonsela, you find us in the first presentation. You're welcome, sir. Honorable Chipo.
Oh, no. Thank you very much, Chair of Chair. Yeah, I think the first question is in terms of the involvement of province. Yes, what we did from the department point of view, because indeed the issue of housing, Section 27, is in the hands of the provincial and national government. But deliberately the government took a conscious decision to establish some of the key areas that the city need to utilize. You'll remember that we even went to the level 3 of accreditation as the city. So on that basis, what we did, we then said with province, say, province, you are responsible to manage and administrate the subsidy. But as the city, we are owning the land, we are also responsible for services. And we are getting annually the Urban Settlement Development Grant. We are also getting what we call the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant. And like I said, these are the largest grants for the city. Therefore, as the city, what we'll do, we'll actually be able to acquire land, service it, and provide the service stands. And those that cannot be able to build for themselves, you as the province will come and be able to build for them. But there are also other programs. It's not only about the upgrading of informal settlement program. There are other programs. I've already spoken about the hostel development program, where they need to be able to implement what we call the integrated family units approach. That they need to be able to deal with that. We are working very well with the province in terms of that. We are preparing the projects. We are handing them over. As we speak now, Mawapan Extension 1, in Region 1, you will know about it. We have actually reticulated water, sewer, roads and stormwater. It's now in their hands. They are going to be building the houses, and we'll then be able to allocate those particular houses. A number of areas we are preparing. From the township establishment point of view, we are busy with more than 60 townships that we are currently preparing. With the intention is some of them will then hand them to province so that they can actually build to them. And the building there will not only come only for the low-cost houses. We are also looking to what you call the fleece part, so that we can target those people who cannot be able to accommodate as part of the low-cost house, but also in the normal market in terms of the bond houses. And over and above that, you will know that as the city, we have actually built the largest stock in Maravastad from the rental point of view, for us to be able to target those people who will not necessarily be able to go to the low-cost house. They cannot be able to be in the fleece, but they can actually rent so that they can be close to it. Already that units are now allocated, full of them, they're actually sitting there. But the issue is to say, how do we then go forward? And that part is actually funded from Shra, and we are actually doing well with the house insurance company to be able to run that. So that's the program that we are actually having. But if we don't be able to go and be able to control the development in terms of the prevention, then it becomes futile. That's why it's very difficult to see this progress that we are actually seeing, because continuously people are actually invading the land. It means there's something wrong with our system. The system must actually be able to talk to that. And the system is established from the different legislation. Key to that, from our side, we have what we call the Land Use Management Bylaw. There's also what we call the PI Act that has been approved. So we need to then be able to agree to say, how do we then find each other, and who will actually be able to be running on daily basis to prevent this particular invasion. Currently, in terms of the strategy is sitting in Community Safety Department. And the Community Safety Department, what they do, they appoint service providers who are coming to be able to come and be able to monitor the prevention of monitor and ensure that the prevention of land invasion. The only challenge is that you do that through what you call the Section 217 of the Constitution, through the procurement. It's a contract, it's 3 years. So if 3 years comes, you didn't appoint the new contractor, and then it lapsed. You wait for the next, only 1 month, it will talk to that particular group. You understand the challenge? So that's where the challenge. Where the challenge of Mamelodi in 2016, I was the regional head there. It's because the contract of service provider ended towards the elections. Then that led to that gave birth to your Mavoso area, your Willow Farm, your Soul City. All these areas of the people that say they were fallated, your Riverside, they came during that particular time. And there was no service provider in the city. The city was still busy with the procurement process, and people came and invaded. Then came elections. After elections, unfortunately, the incident happened in 2019. We even went to address those people, because if you go historically, the area had the same incident in 1979. And at that time, the apartheid government and the National Department of Public Works take a decision to close what you call Section I. You know, that area was actually closed at that time, because they have said, they were very clear that you'll have what you call 1:100 years. That's how the engineers are determining what you call the flat line. That's what is there. It will always happen there. And then we went and addressed those communities, say, but you cannot stay here. But they forcefully stayed. They say, we are staying here. You cannot be able to tell us. Unfortunately, 2019 happened. And when it happened, no one was able to go back to community and say, but we told you, you cannot stay here. You must be able to go and find the place to stay. What happened at that time? The minister was still Minister Nkosana Dlamini Zuma, and the premier was Ndade Makura. They came and addressed the community and said, we are going to acquire the land and we are going to allocate you. Notwithstanding the fact that there were still informal settlements, there were still Mamelodi Extension in heaven, there were still Pomolo, who have been sitting there since 1995. But the pronouncement is made on the spot that we are going to be able to get the land specifically for you. Then what that decision led to the confusion on the ground. Then that led to this particular process. Because during the issue of floods, during the issue of problem, we are no longer going to engage like on the basis of truth. We are engaging based on the emotions. And that's what led to what we have to do. That's why today you have what you call a famous Mamelodi flood victims. They came on the basis of that. I was there. I was the one who was there. I spoke to them. I know what actually happened. In fact, I know all of them. I know what actually happened at that time. So that's the unfortunate part of it. But with us and province, we are working very well in terms of them. That's why even this land that we are allocating them is actually acquired from the province. Then in terms of the water scarcity, indeed, the issue of water is a serious issue. And it's in both ways. That as the city, we have never invested much from the bulk point of view. And the city have grown. And the fact is that we are now the first city, the first largest city. I mean, we are the third in the world. Everyone who's coming from SADC, they are coming to us. And we have the railway. People, if they are here, they are able to stay in Soshanguve. The railway is here. It's easy for them to be able to sit here. It's a fact. And we also have a lot of rural people who are also coming to the city. Indeed, we have not invested from the bulk infrastructure point of view. But at the same time, we are also having problem with the current infrastructure that we have. It's not actually keeping up. I mean, if you go to Region 7 during the period of December, we've never had peace in Region 7. Even now, we don't have peace. because the plant is not actually doing well. It's actually a fact. And we need a total upgrading of that particular plant. We need a total replacement of all the asbestos pipes that you are having, so that you don't even have the high amount of what you call the unaccounted water. And that's the approach that the city is actually having now with the current leadership, to say they are having that approach. Over and above that, the decision has been taken now that we need to have what you call the alternative way of providing this water. That the issue of mobile water tanker seems to be very much expensive. That's why I've said, firstly, we have now appointed the University of Pretoria that are busy with the cost comparative study for us to advise us. Secondly, we've identified a pilot. If you drive through Moloto Road, there's an area known as Tivagenstrift. There's a clinic there. We have allocated them to the stands. We have now taken a decision that we are going to utilize a borehole there. There's a borehole here. There's a 10 million that has been allocated to the team from water and sanitation. They are working so that they can go and equip that borehole and see if we can be able to sustain the water from that particular borehole. The only challenge with the issue of borehole and the studies that they've indicated is the issue of the quality of water, which you have said from the scientific point of view, they must be able to find a solution for us to test it. It's a pilot. We have just completed the electrification with ESCOM. We are going to do this, and we'll see how we'll be able to sustain that. The view is that out of that, we can do the same in Camille Drift, we can do the same in Lofontein, we can do the same in Pienaarspruit, we can do the same in Onverwacht. Then we can reduce much of the mobile water tankers, if we win on that. And that will also be able to be depending on the cooperation by the community. Because the community are the one that must look in terms of that particular asset. It's going to be the communal asset. And the city must also be able to be innovative to say, how are we going to stand to determine the revenue from that particular effort? If we put the 10 million there, the difference between how much can actually be able to provide us on monthly basis. So that's the approach that we are actually having. Over and above that, we are currently in a process, we are finalizing with the GPF for us to be able to get the contractor who will then be able to provide in the same area a pilot of providing an alternative sanitation, so that we can see that we provide that sanitation that is not necessarily connected to the water board. We can actually be able to be dry. So we'll be testing from that. As soon as that, we'll then be able to be taking to different areas and see how we can be able to win that. Then the incremental development is the same. The one that we are doing there is the same in proposed orders 110, is the same in Stenkwater Extension 10, in Hammanskraal West Extension 4, Hammanskraal West Extension 10, a portion 9 and 10 of Hammanskraal, Sitoveni Heights, Sisanani, we are coming to Pumekaya, we are coming to Ubesin, we are going to Rotabiseng. That's the same. The issue is that let's have people in their own stands, and then we'll come with the different services while they are sitting there. So that the issue is to start to prioritize the issue of what you call the security of tenure for the people. The issue of the National Housing Needs Register is national, it's a macro system. We know the person has benefited in Venda, he has the low cost houses, but that person is here, has invaded the land. We need to look at that person. You cannot take that person back to Venda. You see, that's the challenge that we're facing. We are currently engaging in a process because we had what we call the policy that will say that person must actually be able to buy that stand. But with the high level of unemployment and with the issue of capacity from the city, are we going to do that? Initially, the simple thing was that after we have allocated a stand, we then take you to the finance, they create an account for you, they then put that you owe the city, the stand is 200,000, you owe the city 200,000. But we are going to put all our people to the, what do you call it? Credit bureau. Credit bureau. Because majority of them are not necessarily working. Those that are working, they are not working enough for them to be able to afford that. So it's a serious challenge. It's a hard and rough place. We are engaging on it to see how we can be able to be innovative. Some of them, they take advantage after we have relocated them. They build, some of them they sell, some of them they build double story of the rooms. They rent. But as the city, we don't have capacity to be able to follow it up. And not necessarily just a state, because the people that we have actually even give the low cost house, they do the same. And the other argument is that we are a developmental state, we are a developmental local government. Doesn't mean because you have given you the low cost house, you must remain the low cost house for the rest of your life. we are saying you need to be able to use it as the asset to be able to grow. So there's still debate and discussion to say how we can start to be able to ensure the control of that. But the essence and the approach is that let's start with the actual prevention of land invasion. If we can be able, our system can be able to detect and prevent that, then all the others can actually be able to be resolved. The issue in terms of the selling of stands illegally, like the issue of the Lofontein Township, what we did, the current leadership have established the subcommittee. That subcommittee is currently busy with the public hearing. And the primary objective of the subcommittee is to come up with the policy response of how are we going to deal with the illegal township. As it is now, there are currently 17 illegal townships that have been established. Lofontein is one of them. You'll have the others, Camille, what do you call them? Calfontein, somewhere there. You have Moshate Gardens, there are numbers of them. So the subcommittee is currently chaired and led by MMC, that they are on Maluleke. Within that, I think there's MMC for Shared Corporate, MMC Murudu. We also have MMC for Community Safety, MMC for Economic Development Special Planning, and MMC for Utility Services. All of them, they are working together to come with that policy response. I'm also part of that from the technical point of view. Already the first phase of consultation is completed. We are now starting with the second phase of consultation in March. Out of that, we'll have a specific policy response to say, how do we deal with this illegal townships? Because illegal townships will actually be typically different from normal informal settlement activity. Illegal township, you'll have an owner who's owning the farm, but he's saying, I cannot go through the land use management application process. What I do, I'm illegally subdividing my farm, and I'm actually making it available to the middle income people who come and give me a lot of money, and they come and build big houses. And after building the big houses, when they finish the roof, they start to realize that they don't have water. They don't have electricity. They don't have sewer. They don't have roads. They don't have stormwater. When they go to the owner and say, but I don't have capacity to do that. And when they go to their constituent, the constituent will then be able to say, the municipality is the one that is saving that. They come to the municipality and say, we need water. Municipality will say, no, we don't recognize you. In terms of the area where we are sitting, you are sitting within urban edge, and for any kind of development, you ought to follow this particular process. And that's how it's resulted with this. So that subcommittee is busy with that process. We are hoping to come with the policy response. But the efforts of that subcommittee and the efforts of what I presented here, they can only be able to be done if we prevent further invasion, if we control the development. Because the work of the land use management bylaw or the work of the town planning is not only to deal about the development, it's also about the control of the development. That's why you have what you call the land use scheme. That's to control the development. That you don't come and be able to build a house in an area that has been declared to be an area of religion. So it is zoned to be area that stand for the religion or the stand for business. So that's the primary objective. So we ought to deal with that component, and that is need all of us as the city to be able to find ourselves to be dealing with that one. And the issue in terms of the reoccurrence, to say we have relocated people from the river now in Moreleta, in Easter Fabric. How do we ensure that there's no reoccurrence on that? What we did, we are working with the Community Safety Department, who are responsible for the invasion. We have the senior soup, Kwasamula Baloi, and the team from their side. When we relocate, they take charge of that for issue of prevention. But I'm saying that lull period of 3 years, that issue of tenure, that issue of is the one that is killing us. If from the system point of view, we don't agree that let's have these people for the next 10 years, if it's maybe 10 years, so that we know that from the accountability point of view, for that particular period, we'll not have any time. But if you have that 3 years, and the 3 years coincide with the end of the political term, is when you're having a serious problem. Because some of the councillors are also having the constituency in this particular moment. So you have a serious problem, because there's no councillor who can come and say, you know, my informal settlement must be evicted, while he knows that they're going to get the numbers. So there are a number of areas that we need to discuss and agree in terms of the approach of how we deal with that. So those are the challenges, but we are working with the Community Safety Department in terms of dealing with that one. The issue in terms of foreign nationals, what do we do? When the team is going to register informal settlement, they are now busy with Sisanani. They are going to verify and register there. If they arrive in Sisanani and realize that there's somebody who's blazing or whoever blessing whoever who's coming from Zimbabwe doesn't have the proper documents, that person is going to run away. He will not be able to engage the team. But that person will go and ask Ntate Khatli, and say, Ntate Khatli, I'm a foreign national, and there are going to be people stands there. Ntate Khatli, take your ID and go there and say, this place is yours. And Ntate Khatli will come and say, I'm staying here. Inherently, you are dealing with informality, illegality. You can't say Ntate Khatli doesn't stay there. You can't discriminate against him. They will simply do that. And then we register Ntate Khatli. Then we relocate Ntate Khatli to a stand. Ntate Khatli, when he arrived, they said, no, Chief, every month you are going to give me 600, 700. Is that deal at the court? When you arrive there, it's in Ntate Khatli. It's not necessarily that, but that person is staying there. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
So it's a complex issue. It's a complex issue which we need to be able to understand. It's not that easy that you will then be able to say yes. Ntate Khatli is the South African citizen. We also include Home Affairs. Home Affairs, let's come and deport them. Home Affairs will come once, they'll have one time, they'll deport them, tomorrow they'll be back. And Home Affairs will not come again because they will be crying the resources. It's just it's a hard and rock place. It's a very difficult route to be able to record it. However, that's the real issue. That's why when you go to these areas, when you go to this area that you have relocated, you will get after we have relocated into Ntate Khatli, South African, give them the stands. Tomorrow when you arrive there, you get a big shop with Somalian inside. All of them, I mean, who are the business people in this area that you are relocating? I mean, you are also those councillors, you know them, the Somalians. But when you arrive there, Somalians will say, no, but don't talk to me, talk to their own. And they will not come and say, no, this is my place. And some of them will be deliberate and say, but I'm not working. What do you expect me to do? What do you expect me to do? This person is giving me 500 per month. You understand? It's bigger than that. It has the issue of the economic performance. It has a number of issues. So in a simplicity way, people will say, no, people are corrupt, are giving people foreign nationals. It will never happen. It will never happen. It's the way system is designed. And the way system is designed is very difficult to be able to detect and deal with that particular part. So I think that's the issue of foreigners. You can go to Stobeni, get the big shop there, go to Orchards, the big shop are Somalians there. And we didn't relocate Somalians. We relocated South African. And that person will give them the stand. And he will say, no, yes, I'll give it to you. Some of them, they will even go to the level of going to the police station and do what we call the affidavit, that we are now selling this thing to you. You see, that's the sad part of it. That's why human settlement officials, they will be named as the most corrupt officials, and which is not necessarily correct. If you go straight to the issues, it's not necessarily that. Yeah. Then you come to the issue here, I think the two things that you have talked is the issue of invasion of land. Indeed, this is our argument, and our proposal has been several times to different platforms, and I think I will do it. The proposal was that we need to get a company that is capacitated with having a drone, the trucks, and everything, like you are residents. We can have them for the next 6-10 years with the contract, that they come here, they camp here, they have helicopters, they have the drones. What they can do, they do prevention of land invasion, disconnection of illegal connection of services, clearing of illegal dumping. For the next 10 years, we are going to build our system while they're here. That's what we have proposed, but it's very difficult because anything that you are doing, you must do through Section 217 of the Constitution. If you do it, they'll say you are corrupt because you are close to it. So you understand, it's the biggest part, but that's what the proposal says. Because our system now has a lot of leakage. Can we have that? Because they have machinery, they have infrastructure. The only thing that we have said to them, we don't need any extra shed. We need increased revenue. We don't need any legal dumping area. You'll be all over the show for the next 10 years. In that next 10 years, we agree with them with the fee. Then we then be able to say, in that 10 years, we increase our revenue. We build our system from the scratch. And then after 10 years, we will know that we can be business. That was the proposal, but it's very difficult to be able to implement it because we are presiding over the public funds. And the MFMA will not be able to allow that, and the Constitution. And they may, if you want to do it, they will talk about a lot of things that are going to be very much strong, and it's very difficult to be able to do that because this is the democratic government. There are people from different school of thoughts which will not necessarily be able to agree with that. But that was the proposal that we are having on the basis of the current state of our system. It's not actually be able to be, it's not strong to deal with number of things. There are a lot of leakages. So the innovation, I think I've already spoken to that, and that we are having different areas of water tankers, chemical toilet, and the alternative sanitation. Those are the processes that are in place, but I agree, the only area that we need to be able to prioritize and invest much is in terms of the control of development, both in terms of the informal settlements and the illegal towns. There must be consequences for those people who are organized to undermine the city in terms of that particular area. Chair, let me thanks, and I'm with my team here. If there's anything that I've left, the team can actually add. The team, is there anything from your side? Anyone want to add? Are you good? Am I representing you well?
Yeah.
No, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Ntate Chipo. I see there are two hands. If you can just quickly, in that order, come behind me, and Ntate Khatle and Ntate, you will introduce yourself when you get here. My apologies. We are about to excuse Ntate Chipo for his next meeting. Yes. Ntate
Thanks a
Khatle?
lot. I'll be very quick. The first one, you said there are innovative things that you are doing. What are you doing to protect those innovative things? Because of once you challenge a system, it will react. There will be sabotage. Are we investing as a city to make sure that we have security guards well-resourced to make sure that that borehole pilot program becomes successful, is not sabotaged? Number two, monitoring evaluation of this new informal settlement. Because when you put 100 people here, I've realized when you look at, after a while, you realize that there are 200. Is there a monitoring evaluation of the stand that you have allocated? Sometimes even the very stands are divided into 4. You end up having our Alexandra situation. Is there a monitoring system that goes there and say that we have allocated stand number 67? Is still stand number 67 as allocated as city planned? You get my point, ne? And we're having 100, and that other area is a flat line. We are not supposed to have people there. How do you control to make sure that we don't sell extra stands on the area that people are not supposed to be, and created an adjacent problem? Because you'll say we have moved people to this area, and if we don't monitor it and evaluate it, eventually we have created a new problem. And those are my 2 questions. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Khatle. Welcome, Honorable Councillor Mabusala.
No, thanks very much, Chair of Chairs, for giving us this opportunity. I know, and I forgive you because you did not even pronounce my name, my surname, correctly. Is Councillor Mabusela.
Yes, I've just said it now.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the opportunity. So I just want to check, and Tatechi.
I thought the reds are not here.
Just want to check in terms of municipal audit, land audit unused. Do you have a strategy in terms of municipal land unused audited for the purpose of collecting and analyzing and packaging data to ensure that there is a land that are unused, and when the issue of relocation comes in, we can quickly identify those land. We just mentioned a particular land in a helicopter there. It seems that we are not even aware about that land, because if it was, we were unaware about that land, then in terms of packaging and using, we could have done that even before we have this issue. And if we don't have a report in relation to audit, municipal audit, land audit, can we do maybe a request UP as they are doing their research, maybe to extend the scope in terms of their research so that we can include municipal audit, unless if it's not within your jurisdiction, but in your strategy, it must speak about it. to say city property can audit. Here's our strategy in terms of upgrade of informal settlement. I heard you spoke about resources that are shortage in terms of finance, but there is a human settlement development grant. Is it not also enough to take care of challenges that we are facing, particularly financially, to cater to some of the formalization? Because we'll be relocating people, we'll be having numbers here, Chair of Chairs, which is correct, but we leave behind formalization, which is also critical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Rodney. Colleagues, Dada Chipo?
All right. No, thanks, Chair of Chair. No, yes, in terms of protection, what we did, because these pilots are actually directly funded from our side, we are going to make provision for security with the view that at some point, water and sanitation will take over, both for what we are doing for water, the borehole, and the sewer plant. That's what we have agreed. When we had discussion, we have said we will then be able to utilize, because it will be funded directly from the ICPG. We said for the next 3 years, the maintenance and the security must be coming from that. And we will want the security that is actually armed, that can actually be able to assist to protect the assets. In terms of the monitoring and evaluation, like I said, we don't have the much capacity. We are doing that, but we don't have capacity as a state. It's not only the stands, by the way, also for the low-cost houses, you don't have actually enough capacity. That's why today we have a huge backlog of title that is not being collected. Because we took a low-cost house and the stand, we have given it to Ntate Sebokhadla. Ntate Sebokhadla have actually done what we call the illegal transaction. He has transferred that property to, he didn't transfer it. He took the money through affidavit. He took the money from Ntate Edison's rock. So when we come with the title deed, when you go to the house, we get the Edison's rock. That day, Sebokhadla is back to Eastern Cape, or he is no longer alive. That's why we have the backlog of the title deed. That transaction. Remember, our economy is migrant in nature, and people are coming to Gauteng. Most of the people are coming to Gauteng with the view of the better life. When they come here, they don't find the better life immediately. Before they get the better life, they went to the. You go to Hamilton. They just went to Hamilton and say, let me register the low-cost house. I registered on the National Housing Register. At that time, when you're doing that, they are busy with the Nalmabia's construction of the Nalmabia's low-cost house. Fortunately enough, they then phoned that person and said, here's your house. You cannot refuse it. We went to the house and lived there. Started to realize that, but now I didn't want to live here. Now I was just taking chances, but government gave me this particular asset. And he doesn't want to treat it as an asset, and then I want to dispose it. Then he went outside and said, you don't want the RDP house. Everyone wants the RDP house. They come and say, no, it's fine. How do we do? They quickly go to the police station. Give me 175,000, they share each other, then he give the keys, then he left. Then, when we give you the house, we have not finished what we call the opening of township, present the proclamation township. It's a process that is done after, behind the scenes. When we complete that, we then start what we call the transfer of the title deed. We are given the house in 2000, but the process of transfer or opening of township proclamation finished in 2009. When we come in 2010, we are going to give you title deed. We found that that was supposed to be Khadle house, but now it's Mabusela there. And Mabusela will not even budge. No, I don't know Khadle. I don't know that person. This is my house. And you cannot take that title deed and give it to Mabusela. Then you will advertise Khadle all over. Maybe Khadle even is dead. Then Mabusela would be living in that house without the title deed. And you will not even find Khadle. Then that title deed will have been. That's why the government is having a huge backlog. It's because our economy inherently is migrant in nature. So a person come and squat, come Mamelodi in terms of the shack, and that person find a job in Jimiston. What did he do? He said in the shack, he then be able to rent it out. Then he went and squat ko Ramaphosa Park, what's the mistake? Come Mamelodi, because City of Tshwane is moving with relocation, we relocate and give him the permanent stand. And that permanent stand is not going to be on the system national. They will be knowing that we have not given that particular permanent stand. That side also they took him to the temporary emergency accommodation, they give him the stand. I don't know whether that will make sense. It's how system is designed. And that's why we are having this problem of actually moving forward. So the monitoring evaluation, the state doesn't have that capacity. And I don't see the state to have their full capacity now. Unless the state can just be able to go back and be able to rethink Section 26. And that is the issue of the amendment of the Constitution, which I know that our country is very, very fragile to talk to those issues. Yes, that's the only way that we can be able to talk about it. But without that, we don't actually have the system. Because everyone has a right to do that. Everyone has a right. There's no one who doesn't have a right. As long as you can demonstrate that indeed I'm looking after that. So that's the issue that we are facing in terms of the monitoring and evaluation. We are trying our level best. But the moment you have allocated distance to a person, that person is in charge of that particular space. And then the issue in terms of the unused land, the audit has been done, is done by the group property. That's the space. Remember, not every open space is for residential development. And I think that's the mistake that we are doing. Not every space that you see, not every vacant land is for residential development. And not every vacant land that is in the city of Tshwane is owned by the city of Tshwane. In fact, the large part of the land that is available now is in the hands of the private. And part of it is in the hands of the state, either public works, rural development, PRASA, Transnet. We have less in terms of those particular land. There's an audit that has been done. The land that has been given to us for us to be able to deal with them in terms of the development. We are busy with that particular development. The issue is that in that particular land, it must actually be able to be protected by the community safety department. And that's where we are actually falling short. And the challenge is that even the land is not exactly owned by the state, but it is not owned, the land that is not owned by the city. If it's invaded, the consequences are coming to the city. I'm giving an example, Karajan for my plus area. You have the area there. You can see how fast it's growing. You know how fast it's growing there. And that area, the way it's growing, those people, as soon as they invade, they go to ShopRite, they buy bread. And they give them with plastic. After eating the bread, where the plastic is going? They are throwing it away. They need to go and be able to drink water. Where it was happening? Section 27 said you must give them the basic water. That person after eating will need one to go to be able to go to toilet.
Sanitation.
Then you will need to be able to provide sanitation. You see how the water tankers, how the chemical toilets have been bought. Because the failure to protect that. And that land is not even owned by the city, it's owned by the private person. That private person is sitting somewhere in America or in Britain or in Australia. He's having the dual citizenship. He's not even here. But he's owning the land. What do you do? If you argue, he come and go to court and say, court, give me the eviction order. He come and threaten you. You will not talk too much. You wait when we are moving towards elections. And he said, I'm evicting them now. I'm evicting them now. As a private person. You'll get all the calls from all those. No, can you evict them? It's election. No, let's talk. And then he start to say, no, I need 150 million. You understand, colleagues? That's how this game is being played. And ultimately that will make sure people to be facing up. It's a serious challenge that we are actually having. We just need people to be smart to see how we handle that. That's why now we took a decision. If you are a private owner, you have people, you find yourself to evict them, fund them alternative. We go to court and say, court, we don't have funds. We have our own backlog. You must be able to find out to meet them alternative accommodation. Lawyers of human rights come and we told them we don't have money. As we speak, I'm saying the city of Tshwane is sitting with 2.6 billion capital budget in 87% of that 2.6 billion is the human settlement grants, ISUPG and USDG. And the ISUP and USDG are not the grants that are only used for the human settlements. In fact, the allocation now, the biggest person who has benefited that is electricity, roads and water from the USDG. We have only the large share from the ISUPG. So if the National Treasury now said we are withdrawing these grants, 87% of them, it means we are going to leave how much? 500 million of the capital budget. And in terms of the landmass, we are the third after Togo. We are the third after Togo and New York. So if you talk the capital budget, we were supposed to be talking around 20 billion financial. Because that would be talking the forward planning and the development of the infrastructure for the growth of the city. So that we can be able to be capable to coordinate and be able to lead in terms of the economic growth of the city. Both in terms of the infrastructure development, the development of the new technologies and all these other issues, the innovation that we're talking about, you need that kind of money. So 2.6 billion is very less. So Ntate Mabusela, this goes to your question to say the HSDG. The HSDG is simply the Human Settlement Development Grant. It's in the hands of the province. The function of the HSDG is to build the top structures. As the city, we are getting ISUPG and the USDG. We must be able to acquire land, be able to install infrastructure with that money. But because we are lacking in terms of funds, it's then be able to be distributed to all other departments. And all other departments, let's talk about the roads. Let's go to Mamelodi Gardens. There's no road, there's no more. It's the old township. And then the USDG was supposed to build the new township, the new human settlement areas. Was supposed to be talking to orchards, Sitovini, etc. But we are still having the backlog of the old township, which doesn't have the roads. You go to Momopan, that's the street there. Am I making sense? All right. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ntate Chipu. And yeah, we would then like to excuse you for your next meeting. Please send our sincere condolences to the Department of Education for what has just happened in Vanderbilt Park. Thank you very much. You are excused, sir.
Thank you.
And the team is going with you as well.
Yeah.
So you are switching off our system now. Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you very much. We are now moving on to our next presentation. That is from the Community and Social Development Service. The presentation is on council-approved indigent policy, and it's gonna come from Umama Ntomgayise Shangase Zulu, Umtaga Makeba, as the divisional head of this department. Mama? Thank you very much for checking your time. I was about to say, please, councillors, can we be conscious of time when asking our questions? Maybe be straight to the point and make sure that we don't spend more time. I know it's very important that we get these presentations and we get to understand each and every point on the presentations, but at the same time, can we just be cautious of time? And yeah, Mama Makeba, we are at your mercy, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good day, councillors. My name is Ntomgayise Shangase Zulu, Divisional Head for Social Development. With me, I've got the two DDs that are responsible for indigent program. is the presentation on? Thank you very much. Chair, is it safe to take it as read?
As
Read. I will take you through, I'm saying in terms of the details.
oh
So
yes,
that
yes,
I save you, so that I save you time. Thank you
yes,
very much.
yes. I just need to check. Oh, all is well. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The purpose of this presentation is to present to the committee the approved indigent policy of 2019, which was reviewed. We now have a new policy of 2025 to 2030. So that is the policy that we are going to be presenting. Slide number 1 is just a reflection, Chair, of the background, which really gives us the legal imperative of where the indigent policy is coming from, which is directly from the Constitution. And the purpose is the provision of free basic services through municipality. And the fact that it's part of the agenda to deal with poverty. Okay, you can then move to slide, to the next slide.
You can
Oh,
use the
I
mouse
must
there.
move.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, all right. That is really just the background. If you go to the, I'm on the second bullet, just to indicate where the mandate of the indigent program comes from. And then if you look at the third bullet, that it is a direct response in terms of the prevalence of indigency or poverty within communities in the city of Tshwane. If you then go to the next slide, it's where we draw reference to the policy alignment, which is section 74 of the local government municipal system, and section 74 states poor households must have access to at least services, basic services through, that is tariff, special tariffs, and any other direct or indirect method of subsidization. But directly linking it to the National Framework for Indigent Policy, that is where the policy draws a reference. And then we get to the meat, which is the objectives of the policy. The purpose of the indigent policy is to ensure that indigent households that are registered in the indigent register have access to basic municipal services through provision of procedure, guidelines that clearly define who qualifies, what benefits do they get, and what responsibility do they have. So in terms of the objective is to ascertain the appropriate targeting. Treasury gives us about 5 processes of targeting indigency which municipality can use. So in the policy you will get the ones that City of Tshwane has taken. The policy provides procedures and guidelines how to implement the policy, standard application, registration, and how the city allocates benefit. Formalized qualifying criteria, benefit allocation, and to develop a electronic system. It speaks to the system, and then the period of access to benefit. Financing of the basket and awareness services, as well as the exit strategy. Then I will go, I won't dwell much in terms of the registration criteria. Registration criteria speaks to the point that I referred to, which is the criteria that we use to define a indigent. We use as the municipality the monthly income of members, which must not exceed joint amount of 2 state old age pension. We don't put the amount because the minister may increase the amount, and that's what we utilize. In this, we exclude child support grant, foster grant, and disability grant, as well as care dependency grant. And that is just to cushion poor families, because if you include it, it means it will exclude a number of households. The applicant, as well as any member of the household, do not own any other fixed property. So we look at the deeds office to see if you've got any other property. You must just have one. The person applying should be registered owner, municipal tenant, or occupant of the Northwest Housing Corporation, as defined in the policy. The applicant must be a South African citizen. The applicant should be registered owner or municipal tenant or an occupant of property officially allocated to them. The applicant have service account with the City of Tshwane. Special cases where an estranged spouse still married applies to register without a partner. So there are exceptions, and I'm going to speak to them. Find the right one. What we've done in this policy is to add a new category, which is the child-headed and youth-headed household, because of the prevalence. So we thought, let us be specific about it. Child-headed and youth household will be treated as special cases subject to the following condition. Normal qualifying criteria for indigent in respect of remaining members of the household. The deceased parent account will be closed subsequent to change of ownership. The oldest child signed the user agreement assigned by appointed legal guardian. So we still follow process of the law, but we thought we'll cater for them. Any person above age of 18 who does not have a source of income, and let's speak to the youth, or the applicant is appointed executorship by the court of law, will apply for indigent assistance through submission of application form. Property is not occupied by any member other than a minor, children of deceased. If there is a minor heading the household, that will classify the child-headed household. The status of the household reviews in terms of this policy at least 36 months. So again, we've revised for child-headed household. We thought if the court has declared this is a child-headed, we're not going to use the 24 months. We'll give them a leeway of 3 months, and then we review the benefits. And then we have the deemed household within this category automatically be registered as indigent. This must be read in conjunction with exclusion because it has exclusion. If you remember, the 2019 had a municipal property rate value of 150, now moved to 250, or the market value that will be determined by a City of Tshwane from time to time. So council could review, and then we would amend. Property value is used for residential purposes only as reflected in the general evaluation roll. Household within the City of Tshwane listed under unproclaimed township. Again, so the deemed category then expanded, unproclaimed township. Property identified as unproclaimed, not registered in the deeds office. Proclaimed property registered in the name of the City of Tshwane and included in the evaluation roll, but not yet transferred. So those, all of those will be deemed. Account in respect of basic services held with council in the name of the household. Now we get to the exclusion, which was some of the issues that got us in trouble with the AG. Here we say people will be excluded from the deemed register if the owner of the property applies to be excluded. There was a professor that came say, I live in my parents' house, I earn enough, I don't want to be on the team, someone else could benefit. And so those are the cases that will allow a person to be taken out. The property is used as park, garage, parking bay, car wash for business, non-residential facility. Owner of property subleases his property and therefore to any third party. This on the application, when we assess, we check, do you have extra income, which will kick you out on the 2-state-old pension, but it can also be excluded from DIM. So there are a number of them, I will not go through them, that will make similar to if you are earning money above the threshold. So those are some of the things that will exclude you from the DIM. So these are the supporting documents that people must bring to apply. Members can read. And then we have the application in terms of the indigent burial. This is driven a lot by councillors, because we would hear from councillors, someone has died, they don't have money, and so we send social workers. So this is what is required for the application, and it's important for councillors to understand what triggers and what makes families to qualify. What we find most here, and when I get to it, is that they will say they don't have money, but when the social workers go to assess, you find they do have a burial society, which immediately excludes them from indigent. And then what we have added in this after the Mary Me incident is the special indigent burial. The city could not assist because the indigent policy had no basis other than the family. So we thought we will put it, but with special exemption. Special indigent assistance is during localized disasters or mass death due to natural or unnatural causes, which may include but not limited to mass murder, mass death due to fire, earthquake. And then who has the power? The city manager approves any of the following simplified services based on request. Exemption of grave fees, it could be any, not all of them. Provision of mass indigent burial, exempt bereaved family from paying hall or stadium rental fees, this to apply for joint mass funeral if that what is determined. City manager may authorize weekend in the indigent policy. In the burial, you can't bury on weekends. It must have, but this, we're saying with the approval, it can happen over the weekend. The city manager's decision is informed by social workers' assessment report. Special indigent burial assistance exclusion, any out of the city burial. So we still can't go beyond the borders of the city. Special burial does not include non-South African. So that is the new addition to the policy. And then we come to the social package. Rebate 100% of the property and refuse removal. A registered indigent household receive predetermined quantity of electricity, water, sanitation, free of charge monthly, it's incomplete. And then you get to the utility. The following additional measures will be implemented. A utility department will monitor the consumption of a registered household. So these are all the packages that the city offers. There was a slide that I had put, Stella, which compares, because what is provided for in the national framework, the city of Tshwane goes double in terms of the offer to the resident. So it goes from electricity, and then there is water, which is 12 kiloliter, waste management, and then there is finance. And this is where maybe members will note where as we struggle. The policy says, while you are in the indigent register, there shall be no debt collection or credit control measure to be instituted against that household for as long as consumption over and above the free use is paid in full. Part of this is to say finance has to manage when the indigent family is going over. So we have a responsibility as the city to make sure. And this is why if you go to the policy, you find a policy promises devices like water restriction to ensure that we don't burden poor people to have debt. But if you go to finance now and go to the register, you'll find families owing millions, 800, because we're not keeping to that. So that is why you then get areas. And this is probably the burden to the city, because if someone after 24 months is owing 1 million, we assess, they qualify. If they apply, they approve, we have to write off that million. So we are shooting ourselves. And I think this is where the biggest cost of indigent comes in, on the amount that the city writes off. Application must be processed within 6 months. And part of it, for example, is when the evaluation roll was revised. Most of the houses in Soshangove, Jug Lane, went up in value. And so they no longer qualify, and now they back to apply for indigent registration. We then promise in the policy that a vending management system will be configured to allow collection of free basic even when you are in areas. And we always trying to find each other with electricity. This is a right. Whether you owe or not, you must have that allowance, and then the debt can trick in after. So we then have benefit to zero-based income, those that don't have anything. This is the rental, those who rent, who can't afford to rent. What we've also added from social development side is 5% from EPWP that is now reserved for indigent families as well as homeless, and that we are activating. So in all of the lotteries that we do, there is a portion that is reserved for people from indigent household. Here we had committed as a city through human settlement that families will be assisted with change of ownership. Human settlement says they have no budget for conveyancers, and that is something that we say, okay, facilitate, assist, give advice, but we have then got into an MOU with TUT, and they are providing legal advice. We've also then added what are the responsibility for the registered indigent household. They accept that they are now put on the reduced services, that is the 12 kiloliter, so they must try to maintain that. They are responsible to pay if they go over, and they must take care of the meter, the prepaid meter and other city devices. They have a responsibility to report should they get a job, and sometimes they don't. And if tampered with and not reported, they will be held responsible. Here we've extended evaluation. Instead of 24 months for Ogogo and the elderly, we now move to 36 months, meaning they stay longer. Otherwise they queue, they have to certify document. We just thought we'll give them a little relief. And this is where it gets real. Those who have not met their responsibility and lied under oath in terms of document, we're saying the penalty clause will apply. We have started with the face group, and unfortunately the penalty clause say we will recover even the amount that we wrote off. We will recover whatever benefits you accrued during the time you were indigent, and then debt control will apply to you. We've started with about 15 people that AG found that they were actually employed and they did not declare. So we're hoping to recover the money. And then these are the contact details. Thank you very much.
Hey, yeah, two sage makebale.
Leo,
It's quite scary that when you are found you'll have to then yeah. Yeah, no, thank you very much, Makeba. Honorable Councillors, Ntate Matlo, you'll be first. Ntate Matonsela, Mama Urandal. In that order, please. Bab Matonsela, whenever you are about to ask your question, you'll have to follow Ubaba or Umatlo. Thank you very much. Councillors, please, can we keep it brief, straight to the point? Thank you very much. Honorable Matlo.
Thanks, Chair of Chairs. Yeah, I've got two small questions to the presenter here, especially regarding illegal connections of services. How far do you come across such problems regarding indigent households where they have illegally connected, especially electricity and water? The second question is about the refusal of prepaid meters. You know, there's information that indicates that sometimes they don't even want these prepaid meters. I don't know for what, but is this a problem that you encounter in your daily work when you want to deal with indigent households? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Matlo. Honorable Councillor Madonsela.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. We welcome the presentation from Mama Keba. I think mine is very simple, Mama Uguti. We are still having a challenge in terms of 250 cutoff, because you'll find our grannies Some of them, their children have maybe extended the house, and she's still a granny. And now she's on pension, and there's this cutoff of 250. For starters, in Mamelodi, in my ward, in Umzimtala, the value of those houses, if you renovate your house to a 6 house, is going to be more than 450,000. And it creates a problem for the grannies. And also is having a result in terms of finding our grannies been tampering with the metering, because your time, we also welcome the months from 24 to 36, because this was giving us trouble. The grannies were kicked out of the system, and they were fined one thing in terms of not being able to buy electricity. They end up being tampering with meters, and that creates a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Tonsela, Mama Urandal.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Yes, I think I've been mostly covered. I think we read each other's minds here this afternoon. It was also, and thank you for dealing with the child-headed households, because that I've really experienced, especially where I work in Olivenhout Bush. It's a major problem, and I'm grateful to hear that you know that your focus is there. In terms of finance, I think my fellow councillor has also then alluded to the fact that we need to check the credit control and where there's blocked meters. I think from finance side, and I'm sure you're working very closely with finance, because now indigents cannot afford to have a blocked meter, because they're obviously unemployed, they need the water, they need the electricity. So how do we deal with them? They buy prepaid, and then all the money is eaten by the arrears, and they don't have that service. Chairperson, then in terms of social workers, do we have capacity there? Do we have enough? I think it's personally, I think it's a challenge. And that's where we're losing control in terms of having an effective indigent system. Chair, then my last one will be in terms of military veterans. I know in province, when I was still there, we used to have a lot of focus on military veterans as well. And the departments always had a special budget and a special accommodation for military veterans. Do they just fall under the normal indigent criteria, or is there a specific section? Thank you.
That was Honorable Councillor Randall. Mama Keba, Naimbuzuma.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think the first one, in terms of the illegal connection and prepaid meters, there was a report from electricity that was presented to this committee. We worked together with the Department of Electricity. That seems to be the problem. And how we picked up, we did an evaluation last year on a collection of electricity, FBE. And we found that what was subsidized and what was collected, the numbers were not correlating. So there were people that were not collecting electricity. And the first thing we did was then to issue the communique to say, even if you are owing, come and collect your electricity, you'll be able to collect. So it's not that the unit cannot go to areas, it's yours. So if they have blocked with 100, you must still have electricity. And if it's finished, then you go back to the dark. So we had a committee, we tried to mitigate that, to say they must collect. Two was the rolling out of prepaid. We realized some of them that have got big areas actually do not have prepaid. And I think electricity has fast-tracked the rolling. And I think this is where the issue of refusal comes in, because some say, no, I don't want a prepaid. But what I was saying to electricity, this must become one of the reasons why we terminate indigence, because it does say that. The minute you have a tempered, we can just kick you out of the system. So I think it's time that we apply consequence management. So I think we will work with electricity because there is a route that people can take to normalize and deal with the debt. So through that, I think we'll be able to then manage that. We reduce the number of people that have tampered with electricity, and that everyone on the register has access to prepaid and can get. You would note and appreciate that the indigent policy is implemented by a number of departments, each one playing a different role, and that has become clear, including ESCOM, which is an outside entity, but electricity is assisting us to work with electricity on that. Then I want to get to the issue of the value. There is a project currently that we're working on for National Treasury is threatening to cut the grant for indigent because the number that we are funded for and the number that we have do not tally. And we have made a submission to council to actually assist us and deem RDP houses as a, well, no matter of the value, because when the evaluation roll went up, RDP moved from 250 to 285, meaning they are outside the indigent. Now, if we are, and it coming to your point, if we are to say social workers must register, it's about what, 60,000? It's going to take us years. We don't have the capacity. So if council could approve for us RDP houses as a whole, as a bulk, then they get into the register done, regardless of the 250. We appreciate that council cannot just increase 250 because it means loss of revenue. But if we handpick RDP houses, then we know that the elderly are covered in that no matter the value of the RDP house, for you to qualify there, it means you are indigent. So that report is en route to council to assist us with approving. We're hoping that it will bring in a lot of people that have been kicked out by the evaluation role. On the issue of those that are outside of 250, again, we'll have to look. Remember when I started, I said Treasury gives us about 5 ways of targeting indigent. Property value, income, geographical, their numbers. So council could choose any of them. And that's how Joburg actually receives more in the grant because they've selected broad areas of targeting which allows them to have. So I'll give you the numbers as an example. We funded for 630,000 indigent. In our register today, we sit with 120,000. Do you see the gap? We can't justify. A huge amount of the indigent grant goes to the guy that was sitting here, human settlement. And then we say to him, all Treasury is saying, give us a name, a surname, and ID to justify. We are struggling to get who gets the water tankers, because we need a stand, we need a name. And we are given a timeline. If you don't by this time, we are cutting the grant. So it means from 4.2 billion, it works at about, sorry, how much per family? It's about 1,300. So you can times the money, 1,300 times 600,000, that's what we funded for. If we go to 150,000, so now we are chasing numbers to actually get. Part of it you would have seen there in the criteria is unproclaimed areas. We're looking at tribal land. We have about, I think, 130,000. Then when they say, give us a name, a house, and the ID, we ask. So we are heavily relying on this department to help us meet the basic 600 that we are funded. While we are chasing 4 billion, Joburg is already in your what? 8 billion. Because of how their policy is crafted. This could be a source of revenue for the city if we play the cards right in terms of the policy. So that is just the thinking process that we need to do. In terms of finance, we are working with credit control. I said to them, give us from 3,000. Let's have a monitoring system. The minute an indigent house goes to 3,000, let it beep. Then we can sit and have a team that is going to call and look what is happening. Because it just could be an indication that they are letting out the house or there are more people. So we need then to be vigilant. But everyone is struggling with capacity. So that is where the problem is. Social workers, we don't have enough. I think in the structure we have about 80, and physical home bodies, it's less than 50. Yes, when people resign, there is no money, there are budget cuts. I think we are, so that is where the problem is. We don't, and that is why we're moving towards the targeting of DIM as opposed to registering, because we won't have the capacity. If you read the policy in detail, to register one family, someone must come, you check the document, a social worker must go to the house, sometimes 3 times. So if we were to, we are short of about 400,000. If we were to physically register them, we'll never get. So we need methods. And this is what I was saying to shared services. We need vehicles to make it easy for us to go. We need tools of trade to make it easy for us to go. But no one seems to get it's a balancing act. Eventually, Treasury would withhold the money because we're not doing our part right. So that is just, we have motivated for additional social workers. We don't even have a director indigent. I joined the city last year. The position has been vacant, I don't know for how many years. So they say you must nest your golden egg. We are not, as the city. We are not nesting. This is a golden egg, but we are not. Yeah, we are not nesting it. Yeah, it's just neglected in that way. So I'm hoping you motivate. You know, it's that kind of thing. Part of the portfolio that I had is the military veterans. And in the province, I was chief director for military veterans. So I understand. Let me tell you a funny story. I said, let's have we had a session for military veterans to register. They don't qualify because they get the state pension that is about 5,000, which already kicks them out. The only way military veterans can get in, we can dim them, or if the property value. So that is, and what they say, then give us food parcel, because we have the food bank. Food parcel is another issue that we just can't give a food parcel. We prioritize for disaster management. So that is our story. I don't know, Chair, if I've left any.
No, I believe we have covered everything, Mama Keba. We, you know, the issue of property value, I think you have just covered me from councillor's point of view, what councillor's point of view, where there was a program and people from Region 7 in Ekangala, to be specific, were told, no, you don't have a property value, so we can't assist you with indigent. And a person is living in a shack, can't get assistance from our side because he or she was told that because there's no property value, so we can't assist you. And that program was put on pause to say we'll come back up until today, 3 years later. But yeah, no, thanks a lot, Ma. We welcome the presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Colleagues, it's now 12:38. As we have all noted that we are running an hour behind. I will now welcome the third presentation from Tshwane Housing Company Performance. Or actually, the presentation is Tshwane Housing Company Performance. It's from Tshwane Housing Company, TSC, and Ms. Obakeng, I almost said Ramabodo. Obakeng Nyundu. Mama, please take us through.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Can we assist her with the presentation? It's there. Yeah, we can close this one. Yes. Show there on top. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. As the Chair has alluded, my name is Obakeng Nyundu. I am the CEO at Housing Company Tshwane. Chairperson and committee, the Housing Company Tshwane was established in 2001. It was established under Section 86C of the Municipal Systems Act, and it is registered as an MPO under the Companies Act. We are conditionally accredited by the Social Housing Regulatory Authority, which is the SHRA. Initially, when the entity was established by the municipality, its sole mandate was to do social housing. In June 2023, the mandate was then extended to that of doing social housing, affordable rental, student accommodation, and first home finance. However, the first home finance part of this mandate, Chairperson, is that we don't give first home finance. However, we have tenants that grow through the portfolio, and then they get out of the rental market or the band that is required by the affordable or the social housing market. We then partner with the likes of your NHFC or private developers to say, these are the tenants that we have, they no longer fall within the social housing or the affordable rental band. Can you assist in giving them first home ownership? So that is where our partnership comes in. This assists us, Chairperson, because this is what's going to assist us to avoid rental boycotts. What we have seen in our development is that what is causing rental boycotts is that within the human settlement spectrum, we do not accommodate people that then fall outside the rental space. So you take them throughout the whole program, but then they are used to staying there for 15, 20 years. Where are you expecting them to go? So rather than them paying rental, they then boycott because they say it's either you're giving me this place as one to own or you're going to provide a house for ownership. So what the entity has then done was then to look at the challenges that we faced and provide that option. Chairperson, our strategic objectives are 6. The first one is to strengthen and rebuild an effective, realistic social housing program, Chairperson, which we are doing, and I will demonstrate in my presentation. To deliver good property and tenant management services, to continuously strive and promote sound governance principles, to create a client-to-experience brand, Chairperson, that aims to build relationships with key stakeholders, to enhance financial sustainability, and to continuously redesign, reposition, and restructure the organization. In the past 5 years, Chairperson, the entity has grown significantly, so it is always important that we manage the restructuring of resources. Our key performance areas are develop, own, and manage social housing stock, provide affordable rental for all the subsidized target market. We provide low to medium housing and property management services. We also manage the City of Tshwane rental housing stock. We champion the affordable rental strategy of the city, and we also leverage on institutional arrangement in support of the provision of social housing. Chairperson, our core business, we've got tenant management, property management, and property development. So in our portfolio, we run our leasing, community development, tenant management, and occupation management. We run our maintenance, facilities management, utility management, and security. So we do our property management internally. In the property development section, we acquire land, we procure our own contractors, we package land development, we package our own project developments, and we also do, not ourselves as the entity, we do construction, but we lead the construction of our own development, be it greenfields or brownfields. Currently, Chairperson, as it stands, our structure is sitting at 112 employees. Of those 112, we've currently filled about 98. Chairperson, we are currently in the process of reviewing the structure. because with the extended mandate, the structure has to then match the extended mandate. So probably this number is going to increase. However, the biggest challenge is with the financial constraints that the city is having, we would not be in the position to actually fill in the additional positions, meaning that the entity will continuously have challenges with regards to operational management, and the complaints will continue to grow. Chairperson, in the past 5 years, from 2021 to 2025, the entity I would say it has been performing fairly well, ranging between 74%, 63, 61, 74, and 70% chairperson. In terms of our 5-year financial performance, chairperson, I'm only going to focus on the high performing areas. Chairperson, if you can look at our rental revenue has increased from 9.1 million to 54 million in 5 years. This is a very good increase or trajectory, chairperson, if I can say so. And when we're looking at this, chairperson, and I want to bring your attention to it because it is then going to be a demonstration of where we should focus as an entity. 33 million rand of this revenue, chairperson, comes from townlands, meaning that new developments bring in good money and we can then manage them properly. So the more developments we then do, the more revenue we can then receive. Chairperson, one of the items that affected our revenue collection or our revenue as an entity, chairperson, was the decrease in the grant recognition. Chairperson, if you can have a look, from 2001 we were sitting at a grant of 203 million. In 2025, we are sitting at 99 million. As it stands, we are sitting at around 70 million. So what this is also demonstrating is that because the government fiscus is decreasing, we are also not getting support in terms of grant revenue. In terms of expenditure, chairperson, I'm also going to bring your attention to 2 aspects. We are heavily impacted in our depreciation and debt impairment. And unfortunately, these are what we call non-cash items. But for the past 5 years, our portfolio has grown from 94 units to 2,054 units. However, 50% of those are what we call liabilities. They are liabilities because they are properties that we have received from the city. The buildings are in a bad state. The rental collection is ranging between 8 and 13%. What does that mean for us in budgeting perspective is that depreciation goes high, debt impairment goes high. So as we are sitting right now, 70 million of our budget is contributed by non-cash item. So in simple accounting, it means that I'm losing 70 million of rands and cents to an accounting principle. This is causing us to then always close our books after audit with a deficit. We are not closing in a deficit because we are reckless. We are closing in a deficit because the majority of our properties are affected by depreciation and bad debt. Thank you. Our achievement, we've managed to sustain our conditional accreditation. We've increased our portfolio from 691 to about 2,107. We've successfully developed and rented out townlands. We've tenanted 1,147 units in both phase 1 and phase 2. We've successfully transferred group human capitals, 214 units of group human capital stock, and we've also managed to clean it. We will demonstrate how we've done that. We are in the process of the transfer of 568 units of human settlement stock. Council made a resolution in May of last year for the stock to be transferred to us for ownership. This will then increase what I had just previously reported of debt impairment and depreciation. So I'll be sitting with an estimation of about 150 million that I'm losing in rents and cents because I have to, from an accounting principle, cater for the losses that these properties are going to take. I also have to mention, Chairperson, that these properties, as much as they might look as liabilities, they've got great potential if we can obtain proper support. We are in the, right now, the properties have been regarded as not safe and the people have to move. Once the properties have been redeveloped and re-tenanted with proper tenants that are paying, the picture is going to change drastically. It is for this reason we are not saying no, because we are seeing the greater potential that these properties do have. And these properties are well located within the inner city that will then support our mandate of student accommodation, which is something that is quite big in South Africa as a whole. So it is not all lost. The picture might look bad right now, but if properly planned and executed, it can have a different picture. I think the launch of the Townlands was one of the biggest highlights that we had in 2024. We are looking at we've completed the bulk in Sunnyside and in Chantel. Chantel is now becoming one of the projects that has a sour taste in us, because it has now become a white elephant that is redundant within the orchards area. But there is a plan in place by the entity to look at redeveloping that project again. Chairperson, in terms of the audit findings in the past 5 years, we had unqualified audit. And unfortunately in 2024 we were qualified. In 2025, Chairperson, we came back with a bang and we came back with an unqualified. It actually shows that the team is really working towards keeping the entity operational and in good books. Chairperson, as it stands right now, we closed the year with 49 findings, 19 were resolved, 17 were resolved based on management accession. This means that as management, we had implemented the audit opinions and we have evidence. However, internal audit needs to come and then validate what we deem as corrective measures. Chairperson, and in Q4 of 24-25, we closed the year at 81%, with greenfields being at 50%. Chairperson, I will indicate in the slide where, and financial management being the one that didn't. So we had, out of the 22, we have 5 that were not achieved. 4 was in finance and 1 was in property management. Chairperson, and our annual performance, we then closed at 70%. With the 23 that was targeted, we only achieved 16 and 17 were not achieved. Chairperson, I'm going to focus on areas of non-achievement for the purposes of time because the presentation is quite long. Yes. So under non-performance, one area is Chantel project. We have a project in the Orchard area called Chantel. The whole project is about 1,098, which is just about 100 units below Townlands. So it can also show you the magnitude of that development. Chairperson, we had a contractor that did not perform. I think we did everything that was beyond our part for us to support the contractor, and we got to a point where we had to decide to terminate. Unfortunately, due to the financial constraints of the city and of the SHRA also reducing, we have had then a challenge of refinancing this project. We are, however, in the process of rectifying that, and we are hoping that before the end of the calendar year, we would be in the position to resuscitate this project. Chairperson, the second one was the repairs and maintenance contract. Chairperson, we've been having a very high turnover in the supply chain, environment. And because HCT is also very stringent into ensuring that people do what is right. So we have not been able to finalize our repairs and maintenance panel, one due to capacity and the volume of documents that we have received. That then resulted in us not meeting this KPI, Chairperson. The other one that we did not achieve, Chairperson, was CAPEX budget. Chairperson, we were unable to spend on the CAPEX budget because of the termination of the Chantel contractor. Without a contractor, we can then not spend on the CAPEX budget. And then in terms of the other KPI that we did not meet was collection at Townlands. So, Chairperson, the contract that we have with the Department of Defense is that they pay us for a quarter, so for 3 months. So what had then happened was that when they were paying us for the last quarter, the payment reflected on the 1st of July, which then fell off the period of reporting, and that affected our reporting. As much as it is affecting performance on paper, but in terms of collection in the bank, the money was received, it's just that it was done on the following day. The other one that is not achieved is our liquidity. Chairperson, with regards to our budgeting processes, because of our depreciation and debt impairment, we cannot put enough rands and cents in the budget, which then makes us unable to cater for our operational requirements, which leaves us with us not meeting our obligation, and it then affects our liquidity ratio. Chairperson, this has been going on, I think, for the past 3 years. We are putting in mechanisms to improve this, because currently what we are then doing is that we do not procure anything that we do not have money for it in the bank. However, our liquidity ratio has been heavily impacted in this quarter, currently quarter 2 2026, because of the court case that has been won by organized labor of the previous salaries. So we are now at 1:1, which is impacting again heavily on our liquidity. That, Chairperson, has a replica effect of us then honoring our payments within the 30 days that is prescribed by law. That is because of the liquidity ratio. Chairperson, as I have indicated, that I'm only going to focus on areas of expression. Chairperson, this is our financial performance as at quarter 4, which I touched a bit on when I did the 5-year forecast. Chairperson, as I have indicated, our revenue increased, and that is because based on the planned units of 900 that we had budgeted for, we actually managed to fill 1,147, so that boosted the revenue income, Chairperson. In terms of the operational grant, that also went up, because from the budgeted 19 million, we received an additional 10 million for us to take over the stock from human settlements. I think it is only fair that if you give us a liability, you also assist us financially to take it over. So the city made an allowance for conveyancing processes, and they gave us a 10 million rand more. In terms of expenditure, Chairperson, as indicated, bad debt is the one that is affecting us, and depreciation. Depreciation, Chairperson, as of Q4, it might have looked as if we were at parallel, but when we closed after the audited, we were sitting at 63 million, which is double what we are seeing here, because then sometimes when you try and balance the books in order for you to have a lot of cash in the bank in order to meet your obligation, those are the areas where you then look at in reducing. Chairperson, in terms of our existing portfolio, there is 899, which is what we call our affordable stock. As you can see, in terms of occupancy, we are sitting at 98%. So the reality is the majority of people that are residing in our buildings do not move. The only turnover that we see is within our self-sufficient elderly, because the elderly people then do pass away. But in our normal stock, they actually don't. Then you have townlands at 1,200. At Q4, it was sitting at 96, currently sitting at 98%. Chairperson, this is a reflection of our collection. As you can see, and I want members to focus on the sustainability and not on the surplus, because the surplus is construed by the 20 million rand that we are collecting at townlands, and it's now painting this as if it's a good picture while it's not. If we can look at the financial sustainability, out of the properties that we have, only townlands, Silvercrown, Worsmont, and Denville and Capital Park are actually sustainable. The rest of the buildings, it means that we are spending more than what we are collecting. This is a great concern, because in some areas we've got self-sufficient, we've got elderly people that we have to care for, and you cannot not reduce on your operational requirements. So if it was not for townlands, I would say the entity would be operating at a loss, which then emphasizes my argument of saying that we need to increase on new development in order to cross-subsidize on the current existing developments that we have that are not performing properly. Chairperson, this is actually a very good picture that I want to present. When we took over the group property stock, we were sitting at 18% of rental collection. By end of March last year, we were sitting at 33%. By end of June last year, we were sitting at 39%, Chairperson. As it's sitting right now at Q2, we are sitting at 69%. So what it means is that the city is doing very well in cleaning the stock that have been received from the city and was not performing very well. You can see, Chairperson, by the demonstration in the percentages that Sunnyside in March was at 51, now it's at 109. So it means that even the people are either paying in advance, or we are able to collect on the previous dates. Michael Court was at 98, it's sitting at 107 now. Bridgeway Mansion was at 71, it's sitting at 96. Silverton 72, now at 93. 71 Fairfour, it's now at 72. Royval, Chairperson, was sitting at 5.83. As it stands today in Q2, it's sitting at 69%. So it means that we are doing very good in collecting the rental. Chairperson, I will not then bore the committee with all the other presentations coming forward. The board at the time had 7 board members. We had 5 NEDs and 2 directors, being myself and the CFO. So we had Ms. Portia Tausikati as the chairperson, Mr. Shaka Sebola as the chairperson of project, Ms. Zokhanyo Pikashe is the FinRisk chairperson. Dr. Molekwa joined the entity in May 2025, which now he is now the current chairperson of the board, Dr. Molekwa, because the shareholder rotates the board members. Ms. Musa Chabalala also joined the entity in May. Mandla Sitole joined in May, and we've omitted one member chairperson, which was Ms. Leba Mashao. She's there. Ms. Leba also joined in May. So we then had 3 board members that joined the entity in May, and then supported by myself as the director. We've got 4 committees, which is FinRisk, Project, and REMSEC. Well, we had REMSEC, now we have REMCO, which is the Remuneration Committee, and we have Social and Ethics, so which makes them 4 currently. Chairperson, I think in terms of strategic and operational challenges, inadequate budget, that has come through the presentation throughout. Interdependencies and the relationship between departments, this still needs to be strengthened, chairperson, because in planning environment, the delays that we encounter in obtaining approvals are costly. And transfer in the land and buildings. The buildings have been transferred to the 568, and the land that have been identified for further development is currently circulating in C9. Town planning and building plan approvals, as I have indicated, that if we do not strengthen these areas, this is going to then impact on the ability of the entity to grow. Chairperson, in terms of risk assessments that we have identified, not meeting our target. If we do not meet our target, Chairperson, it means that the entity doesn't grow. It also means that we are unable to bring in more revenue to cross-subsidize on other developments. Non-compliance with MFMA for us is a big deal, Chairperson, because then it hinders our ability to go out to the private sector and lend. Low collection rate of levies at Tlarina. Chairperson, this one has been one of our biggest challenge. I know currently the city has won a court case where they had to stop in paying rental to the buildings that were in the city. For us, this is a different dynamic because the city was not paying us. But however, we do have an interest in obtaining that building because it has the opportunity of bringing greater revenue. So we are holding on to this, even this property is dirtying our books because collection is at 2%. Organizational governance, ICT. Chairperson, we are still very manual. And we are still in talks with the city to assist us to automate a lot of our systems, because as you have also indicated throughout the presentation, the growth of the entity cannot support us doing business manually. Poor project management, Chairperson. I think because Townlands was our first and biggest development, it came with a lot of contract and project management challenges that has been also presented in the AG report that we are looking at in terms of capacitation and training. Proposed resolution, Chairperson, the fast track of the release of these land parcels so that we can start engaging the private sector and look at getting the entity to be financially sustainable. Chairperson, to prioritize the model to fast-track planning approvals within the city. This is a very stagnant issue. I think even private developers are complaining about this. We require COT support and assistance in approaching private development in lending. I think the few doors that we have knocked on, they wanted the city to come up as a guarantor. And we have not been able to then break that door for us to meet each other halfway, because the city itself is having its own financial obligations. We require COT systems, as I have indicated, so that we can be operationally efficient. We are still pleading, Chairperson, for the city to give us money. As I had indicated, we are having a project with 1,098 that has a potential of bringing in income of 40 million to the entity, and probably some income to the city in terms of utilities. So it is very important that we look at completing that project, Chairperson, because of its location and its magnitude. Assistance from the city to develop and enhance business processes, and we also need to revise our allocation model to attract higher paying rental markets, so that we can then look at the cross-subsidization market. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I can then take questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Nyundo, CEO of THC. Colleagues, I thought you were coming to the hot seat. No, I had two apologies from Councillor Khatle and Councillor Matlo that they will be leaving at 13 hours, and that's their cue to leave. Fortunately, two came late, so they can't leave me here, except for Councillor Randall. Colleagues, I saw a hand, Honorable Madonsana. It was Honorable Randall, Honorable Mabusela. In that order, please.
Thank you so much, King and Chair, for the presentation. You did mention the food stewards transfer earlier, late last year, should I say, to the Housing Company of Tshwane. And I'm sure it's going to have financial implications initially, because many of those buildings are really in a bad state of repair. And I stay very close to the Oosmoed retirement area, and I visit the old people there. You know, most the councillors, you go everywhere and you visit everyone. There's definitely vacant houses there. 2 weeks ago, I counted 4 vacant houses. So it's definitely not 100% occupied because of people passing away. What my question then would be, is there a waiting list, specifically for these old age homes? Because that would be interesting to see, how fast do you then occupy, because you need the rental income. Chair, in terms of the supply chain management, it is alarming because of capacity issues. I'm sure you don't have procurement and demand plans in place, and we're approaching a new financial year. So again, the Housing Company of Tshwane will be lagging in terms of going out on tender for new projects. For example, my last comment or question, I have heard that we've dealt with the vacancy of the CFO. Can you maybe just allude to where we are in the process of appointing a CFO for the Housing Company of Tshwane? I think it's critical that they do have a CFO ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Randall. Honorable Councillor Mabusela? Please, next time, just come and stand near me so that we,
No, thanks, and thanks for the presentation. My apologies, Chair of Justice. I think the former councillor spoke about the CFO position that is not yet been filled, and is part of the finding from Auditor General that we did not fill the position, which result as funding, especially for financial control and mismanagement. Perhaps it need to be filled as soon as possible to ensure that there is stability, especially for finance. But also, as much as we appreciate the unqualified audit that you received, and when I was reading it, is more of a submission of a financial statement, which it was legit according to your submission and correct. But there is also an issue in the findings in terms of performance and information and compliance. And in your presentation, I did not see you dealing with those issues raised by AG, because it's where MPEG we have an interest a lot, because we can find an unqualified audit, but that doesn't mean the entire audit is unqualified. There are some findings that we still need to deal with them. And if we are not presenting here, it's difficult for us to then assist, because part of our duty is to ensure that we come with the solutions. And the other issue is the issue of unsafe buildings. We collect revenue, we're happy chair of chairs, but the question is that, is those buildings safe enough to attract more tenants? Because when buildings are unsafe, even tenants are saying, no, why should we pay for the buildings that are unsafe? I understand that we are saying we don't have enough money to do maintenance, but as we collect revenue, can we use that revenue to then make sure that we then maintain our buildings to be competitive with other private institutions that are renting out? The last one, Chair of Chairs, is in relation to, do you have perhaps building that you can release for institutions of higher learning, particularly for NSFAS students? Because we know that our city does have surrounded by different institutions of higher learning, that maybe we can cooperate, release the buildings that are proper, then we can generate revenue through a partnership with NSFAS in relation to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Rodney Mabusela. That was the last one. Mayor Nyundo.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Maybe let me start by answering the vacancy. And I'm not going to talk specifically about Worsmod because it happens in our SSEs. So on a quarterly basis, our elderly people pass away, like each and every quarter. But it takes us plus minus 3 to 4 months turnaround time to reallocate the unit. The reason being, we own the asset, we own the unit, but the utilities is registered in the tenant's name. So now if the tenant passes away, the account has to be closed, it has to be terminated, and then when you allocate it to a new tenant, it then has to, so depending on how accommodative the family is in assisting us in closing the account. The other biggest problem becomes if the account is owing. So in the case of Worsmod, the accounts are owing. And because the accounts are owing, they are blocked. Now, when they are blocked, it means I can't allocate a tenant into that unit because there's no water, there's no electricity. To this day, Chair of Chairs, we are still unable to resolve that matter between ourselves and the city of Tshwane, because we need to come to some form of an agreement that we probably open a separate account. The account can probably be in HCT's name, and all those deceased, and if we can't recover, but in order for revenue to come in, we then put it there when when we try and resolve how we deal with such issues. We need to get to a point where we have such an agreement. So most of our vacant units are because of account issues and not because we can't. And yes, for the elderly, we do have a waiting list, but it is open because, as I have alluded, our elderly die. So sometimes the person is in the waiting list. When you call them, it's either they are dead or they are not there. So we keep it open for them because as and when they want it, they can then come and register. With regards to the supply chain management, ma'am, we have finalized the appointment of a new SCM manager in October 2025. So I would like to say going forward, we should see the improvement. We are putting in place performance management contracts within the entire organization that will then also assist us to monitor how colleagues are performing. With regards to the vacancy of the CFO, it was also concluded on in December. So the CFO will be joining us on the 1st of October. The good thing about it is 1st of February. Sorry, the 1st of February. The good thing about it, it is an internal candidate. So the city seconded an incumbent to come and assist us from, I think, 1st of August to prepare for audit. The very same incumbent became the successful candidate. So it is somebody who understands the city processes. It's somebody who understands the HCT. So the transition is not going to be that stringent at all. So we have finally also done that. With regards to performance information and compliance chairperson, we've also appointed, okay, let me first start by audit reporting. I think in the next APC, we must bring in our report of our MCAM. That then indicates all the audit findings we have, the management action plans that we have, and the progress thereof, chairperson. I think then that will assist in terms of presenting to the committee on the progress that the entity is doing in terms of attending to Auditor General's audit queries. In terms of performance information and compliance, we have also appointed a compliance officer chairperson that is then looking at ensuring that we are compliant. As we are sitting, chairperson, we've got about 147 compliance requirements, and only 4 of them are non-compliant. We were sitting this morning to look at how we can then look at making sure or improve on those non-compliance areas, chairperson. With regards to unsafe buildings and attracting more chairperson, unfortunately the entity inherited these buildings in the state. And as I have indicated through our revenue collection slide, we are working more at a loss than making more money to invest in the building. So what the entity is currently doing is focusing on areas that would get them OHS compliant more than the refurbishment and making them look good. Until such a time when we are in the period where we can either go out to the public sector or we can bring in more money into the into the entity that will then assist us to refurbish. So chairperson and committee members, I think for the longest of time we're going to remain with just keeping them OHS compliant until such a time we can generate enough money to reinvest in them. As I had indicated, the majority of our buildings we are working at a minus, and that is because we have to keep them OHS compliant. We do what we can in terms of, especially for the paying tenants, where we start with small things, maybe where we can say, okay, we are going to revamp your bathrooms, we're going to revamp your kitchens. So we do them in bits and pieces. and as and when the budget, that when we do budgeting, we see that we have a little bit that we can use at a good performing development. So we pick and choose them as we go along. Chairperson, with regards to releasing properties for student accommodation, what we have done is that we have developed a strategy document. That one, we then had to go out and identify land, buildings, that we can then go and plug in all these portfolios that I have mentioned: affordable housing, student accommodation, and. So we have identified pockets of land and buildings, and because we do not have the capacity or the experience in student housing, we will then be taking those out to the market to partner with a private sector to say, we've got these buildings, come in, let us partner to see how best we can do it. But we are doing it in the full spectrum, and not only in student accommodation, in affordable as well, and first home finance. So we are going to have a strategy session with the board before the end of March, where we are now going to put specific buildings, specific time frames, and all of that. Student accommodation is at the top of our list, Councillor, and we are looking at breaking ground also very soon. It is also dependent on how soon, again, the city releases the buildings to us, because I would not be in the position to go and talk to private sector if the building is still in the city's name. So some of my processes are being held back because other processes are continuing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Nyundo. Councillors, are we covered?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a lovely weekend.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thanks. Colleagues, it's now 13:26. Give me a kafano. Akizor le jana goma. Repushele.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, I'm still looking at 3 presentations, but I only see 1 presenter.
Let's do it here.
Yeah. Oh, okay. We are skipping the Tshwane water treatment plant, going straight to Royval energy plant performance.
No.
And that's the one Praspune.
No, it is the water, but it's called the Royval wastewater treatment plant.
Oh, so the 2
Yeah.
presentations.
The other one is
actually-
electricity, the other one is...
Yes, they both come from Royval.
Yes.
Okay. Can we have the presentation? Yes, you can move to that one.
Exit.
Yeah, and show. Right at the end. Yes. Yes, then look for yours. I don't think it's there because he was. Yeah, you must then go back to the emails.
Help me, Chief. Where must I go there?
Yeah.
The first email that was open, not that one, go down.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Go right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Take the slideshow. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Osiso Mabase. I'll be standing in for the project manager, Refugee Juta, representing on the progress on the Rural Wastewater Treatment Plant. As we all know, I mean, we hear about this project all over the media, and there was also various site visit by ministers and all that. Yeah, the phase one, the completion of the rival wastewater treatment works, refurbishment, and the new upgrades. The objective is to return the plant to its normal operation. The plant is currently at 110 megaliters per day. That's the design capacity, but the current load is 154 megaliters a day. So clearly the plant is performing at 140%. Hence the expansions are required and the refurbishment after a long time of neglect. And whatever happened, we all know what happened with the first attempt. Hence now we are having DBSA assisting in running the project. Yes. We are trying to return the plant to its normal operations, improve the quality of effluent discharge from the wastewater treatment plant. The final effluent from the wastewater treatment plant of Royval also goes to the Temba water treatment plant. Hence now I don't want to go to the other project of Cape Drift, but there's other intervention to ensure that the people downstream of Royval in Temba are getting water. But that's another project for that we'll present another day. The effluent must meet the discharge requirements as per the National Water Act and also the National Environment Management Act, the NEMA Act, which is the backbone of this National Water Act and the water quality and the environment. Yes. So next, so what do I press here?
I think you just move the video.
Oh, good. Yeah, no, good. I'm getting used to it now. It's like riding a bicycle. Yeah, improve quality discharges to Apis River to address the detrimental impact of Temba water treatment. Okay, I've already touched on that. Okay, the phase one was for the completion of the wastewater treatment plant, where we're upgrading the security. Remember, we have to upgrade the security first because it's of no use to do any construction or install any mechanical or electrical equipment there without security. So our priority was to fence off the area, ensure that we've got CCTVs or cameras, and also electric fence. The electric fence also assists in controlling or mitigating against unwanted intruders. Sorry, even snakes. The other time there was a big snake that was caught in that electrical fence, which tried to access the plant. But okay. Refurbishment of the upgrade of various mechanical, electrical plants and equipment. The construction of 3 new primary settling tanks, the PSTs. I think that the project failed here to the first attempt. There was a PST that was incomplete. The refurbishment of secondary settling tanks, even including the clarifiers, also the blowers. Remember, we have to put in oxygen there as part of our purification. Also the refurbishment of biological nutrient removal, also called BNR, which is a very also important part of wastewater treatment process. Okay, and the refurbishment of aerobic digesters, refurbishment of sludge dewatering building and system here. The refurbishment of sludge dewatering building, it's at the northern side of the plant, also in the original plant, the main plant, where we bought the belt pressers as part of the final stage of getting the effluent dried and disposed of, or create manure and whatever. Yeah, which are very expensive, those belt pressers. We had to import them from overseas. Also in phase 1, A and B, I'm just giving progress on now on phase 1A, the general building. This is the contractor that was appointed. The project value is this. This is the expenditure to date, and they completed in 27 June last financial year. There were some savings there. Also the mechanical contract. This is the name of the company. The project value was this, and then the expenditure to date, there was like a little bit of going a little bit overboard, but that's expected with, especially when it comes to electromechanical equipment. It was also completed 24 March 2024. That's phase A, phase 1A, and then progress on phase 1B. Appointment of the professional service provider. They were appointed at this value, project value, and the expenditure to date is that amount there, and then which is 18 million. Okay. 2nd of June it was completed, and phase 1B, appointment of the civil contract. This is the contract that was appointed for 124 million, and the expenditure to date is say roughly 45 million. And then phase 1B for the northwest part of the plant, and also for the phase 1B for the east works. The tender is at PEC now. For this amount, 190 million. We have not spent anything, and then the completion is still to be determined. Also, this one is had to be submitted to SCMC, supply chain management, to assist us there. The project will be given then, and then. Okay, this also part of the security there, the Clearview fence. It's 100% complete. The benefits, as you can see, there's improved access control. The security cameras also, they're there. They are also installed, they are working. The other time they were off, we were alerted quickly, and then they were also restored. So we ensure that we keep monitoring the CCTV, because once the security is breached, we might lose equipment that's worth millions. Cable theft, the cables that you can find there, you'll see that if once they can be attacked or stolen or vandalized, we'll lose a lot of, it's a lot of money in there. That's why we even had physical security appointed at some point while the project was not complete. Okay, the primary settling tent, which I also said is also the heart of the wastewater treatment plant. The benefit, it was completed like to increase the handling capacity to 120 megaliters a day now, because now it was handling 110. So we're busy with the project to at least exceed the 150 that we're getting now of megaliters a day. There'll be phase 2 also, where we increase the project, the capacity of the plant to additional 50 megaliters a day. That will be, we started the project by 2024, and then also by 2035 we'll add another 50 megaliters. So we want to add another 100 megaliters a day, so that the plant can have enough capacity even for future development. As you know that it's actually taking most of Pretoria wastewater treatment, wastewater to that river, and you can see this part of Pretoria East and other areas in Pretoria are like expanding. So it's in preparation for that future development. Phase 1A, which was a turnkey project. I mean, a turnkey project, you do everything from design, procurement, you build. So you come in and out. You don't rely on like, okay, now I'm waiting for this one to do this. So you have become responsible for everything. It's a turnkey project. Yep. The installation of 2 new filter bell presses and other equipment is 100% completed. And then the sludge quality is improving. The blower building, 3 yearly service overhaul of 3 blowers. The blower number 3, 6, and 7 were completed. It also improved with the performance of the biological reactors. The biological reactors refurbishment, 5 bioreactors were completed. It also improved the effluent quality. And the secondary cycling tanks, the SSTs, there was 18 of them which were refurbished. Now it's 100%. We're having effluent quality improvement. I must also indicate that it doesn't meet the standard that yeah, but at least it's better than what it was before. I mean, if you were there 2 years back, you'll see the final effluent was even blackish and all those things. But now we're improving, we're getting there. Okay, and then also the construction of the PSTs, the primary settling tanks. The overall progress here, it is about 23%. I mean, all these activities here combined are sitting at 35%, although the target was 63%. There is a slow movement there, but yeah, we will push because it also affects our performance when it comes to expenditure. The good thing that the progress also matches the expenditure. Not like the first failed phase where you find that the project overall progress is sitting at 20%, but we've already paid 80% to the contractor. So there's just tight control of on this project. Yeah. Okay. These are the things. I don't want to bore you with all the details, but the delay also was caused by this drilling and blasting of hard rock that we found. But yeah, it is complete. We even asked the contractors to bring additional yellow plant to assist there. Yeah, so these are the delays that were caused. The water that we found and the hard rock, the water, the subsurface water, we have to drain it and do all those things. So the new access roads also, the stormwater and drainage. The target was 100% at this time, like December. The actual is sitting at 58. The asphalt surfacing, cabling, and all that installation is 100% complete. So we just have to do the road markings and signage for safety driving in the plant. The sludge pipelines, overall sludge pipelines and the network screening and the digesters, the activities there. The overall progress is sitting at 29. The target was 50%. We're supposed to be sitting at 50% by Q2, but here we are. But I think I will be able to move. Maybe we'll be sitting at 75% by the end of Q3, which is this quarter. So this is the whole 1.2 kilometer of East Line is complete. Contractor completed the initial pressure testing. And also repaired some of the leaks here of these sludge pipelines. Final pressure testing was done in October. The whole about 920 meters of pipe, new pipes was installed, and it was also done. The pressure testing was done. Okay, the network screening. This is the project progress there. The cleaning of handrails was completed. And then also the paint for the completion of the works was also done to get the paint because you must correctly demarcate the screening works there. Okay, refurbishing of five digesters. The external repairs is complete on Manchester 1 and 2. Manchester 1 is emptied. We had to also use bobcats and this honeysuckers to remove the sludge in those digesters. The engineer to do assessment for necessary repairs. So this is for assessment. We had to empty the sludge so that we can do the physical assessment of what needs to be done. Maybe the civil works needs to be also redone or whatever. We'll just wait for that report. Okay. I think I'm nearing the end now. Okay. These are the quality, the effluent or test results from the laboratory. The most important one is this one, fecal coliform. So as you can see, let me start with that one. The fecal coliforms is that the limit is 150. Now we're sitting here. This is too much. I mean, this number, if it's 150, it's like you can see that this is raw sewer, and that's what is charging now. If the limit is 150, now we're charging this amount. It's like we're talking millions here. So it's similar to the Henops River in Centurion, if you know. It's almost the same, the sewer that we get from, that's why we are sort of like also contaminating the Apis River, that river that goes to Temba. But it was higher than this before. And then these others, these nitrates, CODs, the chemical oxygen demand, you can see we're still above. The ammonia is still above, it's supposed to be 1, we're still at 37. Suspended solids, this one also affects your turbidity in your drinking water. It's sitting at 68, it's supposed to be 10. The electrical conductivity, supposed to be 8, you're sitting at 100. But clearly, if you can see the test results of 2 years back or a year back, you'll see that we are improving. Okay, but this is the average now of the past 3 months, from February 2025 to September 2025. These are the average, because it fluctuates. If it's raining, it will affect the quality and all those things. So, but the good news is that we are slowly getting there. Okay, this is the end actually. These are pictures of the progress. So you can see we're busy working there. So, okay, this is the road. These are the pictures were taken in September. I think, yeah. So the latest one for December, they show that you just need the road markings here. So we are improving. Okay, these are digesters. Now the pictures should be better than this now. This is the end of the bioscope or the presentation, colleagues. And it's time to take questions and answers.
Thank you very much, Nomza Nusbu. Any questions, councillors? Honorable Randall.
Thank you so much, Sibusiso, for the presentation. Just 2 quick questions. In terms of community involvement, we've noted many court cases from the farmers with regards to their crops being, made redundant. How was the interaction with the community, and how's the vibe out there, if I can call it a vibe, in terms of cooperation and communicating the progress to your major stakeholders around the plant? And then also especially with the quality of drinking water to the Temba water plant. Obviously this is still in progress, so how soon can we see an improvement of the water that comes from Rooiwal to the Temba water plant in terms of the quality of water for drinking eventually? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Nomza Nusbu.
Okay, thank you, Councillor, for those questions. Yeah, the interaction with the community, it was sort of like fragile, but we did manage to build now a trustworthy relationship with them. We're having meetings with them. We used to have like quarterly meetings. I mean monthly meetings. Then we reduced them to quarterly meetings. So far, I think we're just communicating with them through their representatives. We do have court cases. I think one of the gentlemen is Mr. Forhel. I don't know if I have to mention it here. Yes, yes, we hear his cry, but as the city for now, that is being dealt by the legal department. I don't know what's the language that I must not say anything about it. It's under what?
The matter is sub judice.
Yeah, it's sub judice, yeah. So if I speak anything, I might be in trouble. So, but nonetheless, that's why we are pushing for the improvement of this project, completion of it, and we do phase 2. And what we'll do bioremediation. There is methods that you can do. There is also another method that we've also learned from India, where you can be able to also revive the soil. Yeah, it's not to say it's completely dead. I mean, God is very great, so there's ways that we can be able to revive the soil so that at least the crops can grow again. But it's very expensive, but there is a way we can do that bioremediation method to revive that. And then I think the second question about the water quality in Temba. That's why the city introduced through Mahalis and the Department of Water and Sanitation, we introduced that those package plants, which are like supposed to be 50 megaliters, so at 12.5 megaliters per package plant. So now we're on phase 3 of the plant. Phase 1 and phase 2 is fine. It's just those teething problems. Where we find that at this Dominican school where they are using their borehole water mixing with ours, we might find sometimes that the test do not pass and meeting the SANS 241. But we installed the non-returnable so that their borehole water doesn't mix with ours. So, but we are trying to solve that problem. We will also be making sure that the storage capacity of the reservoirs is also fine, especially for phase 2, by resealing the 2 reservoirs and the in Renstown. There's a 6 megaliter one and a 2.1 megaliter. So once we reseal that one, it's only one that's operating now, but it's leaking. So we reseal that one also. Because when you've got storage capacity, if there's no supply from a Cleft Drift plant, people can have water at least for 24 hours while we're fixing the problem. Even if there's a pipe burst, we can be able to rely on that storage capacity that should last actually more than 24 hours. The design should be 48 hours. Yeah, but I think that one can take about 24 hours once it is resealed. So currently we're still relying on Cleft Drift, and the plant in Temba it's operational. We're planning on also sort of like expanding the plant to make sure that it also performs well, the filtering and all those things. So if you get like high turbidity, we go back and check and flush the line. We flush it and put in chlorine, supercharge it with chlorine, flush it. But we inform the residents that they shouldn't drink the water. You can use it for piping, flushing, and all those things. Hence, we give them water through the water tankers where the water quality doesn't qualify or meet the standards, the SANS 241 standards. So let me just end there, but yeah, we are also working on reducing the water tankers, as you have seen. I must mention Royval farmers. We are, I think, if not 100%, maybe 90% of the trucks that are going there, it is municipal water tankers, driven by our own personnel. And we are making sure there's on the portal, we've got like a picture of evidence when we arrive there. We are giving that farmer the water in their Joshua tank, we take a picture and all those things so that there shouldn't be any disparities. Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Sbu. I like the last part. You know, in Region 7, at some point I was told that I have 3 trucks as a councillor, so that is why we keep on bringing water tankers, because we want to benefit as councillors. So we end up being under the bus because of these water tankers. And let's work on making sure that we take them out. I didn't see that hand, but now that is Conza Zion in daughter. You can come here. Yeah, you know, in Zion there's this thing called night vigil. Around 2 a.m. they'll be standing up with my 2 legs. I'm putting it for my grandmother who's sleeping at home, so I understand.
No, it's just quick, you know, when they are interacting, those questions comes in. So I wanted to know, my brother, the role played by Development Bank of Southern Africa in relation to this project. Are we sourcing funding from them to assist, or they only come from the technical aspect of assistance? And if we are sourcing funding, is it in terms of loan and how much? I remember in the phase 1, the city was struggling financially. In fact, phase 1, 2, and 3. Now we are currently in phase 3 in terms of popping money for completion of the project. And the Department of Water and Sanitation came in. Maybe they provided some sort of money, but I want to check for the role played by the Development Bank of Southern Africa in relation to this specific project.
Okay, okay, yes, to my understanding is that the DBSA is brought in for technical advice and to make sure that everything happens accordingly. So if the money is coming from DWS, the DBSA is handling that money. So the contracts are not paid directly by DWS or by Tshwane. So the DBSA must vet everything. So there is partial grants or, how can I put it, funding from the DBSA through a loan, especially for operations and maintenance. Yeah, we'll pay that money back, but it's fine. I don't have the exact figures with me, how much it is, but I can share them later. But yeah, well, the good thing with the DBSA, the role that I'm playing, is sort of like to make sure that there is no abuse. There's no spusiso or so we will be suspended, because they make sure that before the payment you have to be I don't know how to put it, like it's like that sieving, that checking to do this. We correctly appointed EPWP. You said we've got 280 people that are appointed. Who are they? And their ID is certified. You know, simple things like that, which anyone can just overlook. Yeah. So they are very strict, and they also have to keep their reputation as the Development Bank of Southern Africa. So they'll just make sure that they don't get their fingers bent in a way. So it's a very good initiative. That's why the project is running so well, without any problems and so forth. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, what you are saying, Buduspo, is that they are very scared to go next door.
Next
They don't want to go to.
Oh yeah, that one is. I don't want to sweat. I don't want to sweat like that.
They don't want to go to the Madlanga
no.
Commission.
Yeah, no, sweating there, you sweat like nobody's business. Yeah, no, everybody's scared. Yeah, we trending.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Sbu. Councillors, are we covered? Covered. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sbu. You are released.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you. Off to my other meeting at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Mahalis and DWS.
And it's Friday, ne? Colleagues, we are now remaining with 2 presentations. Told Zain is on, is it his or her way? We'll find out when he or she gets here, but it's Zain Mneyanwa who's going to be presenting the finance, what is it, assets, asset register of the city. And yeah, maybe we can then, and I'm told Dr. L as well is on his way to the speaker's boardroom, should be here by 14:15. So it makes it 15 minutes from now. So colleagues, I don't know if you can just stretch legs for 15 minutes. Let's come back at 14:15. Thank you very much. Maton Selaba. Osabu kuluma gabi. Oza ukuluma nge-East London bakbob. Okay, colleagues, welcome back. Thank you very much for your understanding, and let me welcome the two last presenters. One from Royval Energy Plan Performance. I'm told that will be Dr. Lee Kwane. And from Group Finance Service, Asset Register of the City. That presentation, colleagues, will be done by Ubaba Uzain Meyanwa. Sir, we are at your mercy. The councillors are here, the committee is here. We are all yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors.
Oh, by the way, my name is Councillor Patrick Machiane Kamabona, the Chair of Chairs in the city.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. To give a bit of background, I am part of Group Financial Services, specifically from reporting and assets. Our role within the city is to do the financial statements, as well as ensuring that the asset register of the city is compliant with regards to the accounting standards. My presentation will talk to the policy of the city with regards to assets, the values which we have with regards to the assets within the city, issues of GRAB compliance, as well as the key controls which we have around our non-current assets. The non-current assets, they are essentially assets which can be used by the city for more than 12 months. In terms of the different classes which we have on our asset register, we have living resources. Living resources, technically it's essentially the animals which we have. We classify them as living resources. We also have investment property, anything which we own as a city in terms of buildings where we want to get an income from it, that gets classified as investment property. We have intangible assets. These are assets which cannot be seen. We're talking to ICT software, so our SAP, that gets classified as intangible assets. Then heritage assets, these are assets which are classified by the Act as heritage assets. You're looking at specific town halls, they are classified as heritage assets. Then we have the generic property, plant and equipment. We're talking to the desks which we have, the chairs, electricity infrastructure that gets classified under property, plant and equipment. In terms of our accounting policies, so our accounting policies stipulates how we record the assets or how we classify the assets within the city. As a city, we use the cost model. So the cost model, what it stipulates is that once we buy an asset, that value of that asset remains in our asset register. Other organizations use what is called the revaluation model, where they will go out onto the market, they look at what is the current value of that particular asset, then they adjust the values with regards to the market values. But for us as a city, we don't do that. Once we buy and we purchase, that cost stays in our asset register up until we have disposed of that particular asset. So that is the cost model. So for investment property, for things like land, our policy as a city is that land will stay forever. So we don't have a useful life, which we say that at the end of this particular period, then that land becomes fully depreciated. So the useful life of the land is indefinite. And as part of our investment property, we also have buildings. So we have buildings where we classify them to have a useful life of 3 years, and then we also have buildings where we classify them as having a useful life of 100 years. The useful life essentially means the time which we as a city expect to be able to use that particular asset. If we move to the next class of assets, the intangible assets, the useful life for computer software, we put them as 5 years, and things like servitudes, because of their nature, we don't have a useful life for them, we classify them as indefinite. Moving to other property, plant, and equipment, in terms of our accounting policy, buildings I've touched on. Transport assets is 3 to 15 years. Infrastructure assets, 3 to 100 years. And let me emphasize this. Some of the values you might see them as high, because technically you can say, but will the asset be lasting for 100 years? But we also look at the assets which we have within the city. If we have buildings which we have within the city which have lasted us for 50, 60 years, the standard then requires us to be able to then take care or cater for those particular buildings. That is why you see we have such a huge range with regards to our assets. Library materials, we look at 5 to 20 years. Service concessions, community, we have 3 to 100 years. Service concession for this building, the Tshwane House, we have it as 30 years. Leased assets, the useful life is dependent on the type of lease which we have. Then vehicles, the range is from between 3 and 20 years. So with regards to our living resources, these are the live, mainly animals. Cattle, we have average useful life of 20 years. Poultry, we have 10 to 20 years. Deers, 21 years. I'll skip to the other ones. Dogs, we have 10 years as the average useful life, and horses, 10 years. So this is dependent on looking at the actual animals which we have, and we have just taken it, the average of how old these animals are. So this was the carrying values of the assets at the 30th of June. The investment property was sitting at 1.9 billion. Property, plant and equipment was sitting at 46.3 billion. Intangible assets was sitting at 998 million. Heritage assets was sitting at 3.3 billion. And then the living resources was only 353,000. So the way we record or report on our assets is dependent on the accounting standards, which guides us, which is GRAB. So GRAB 17, which is generally recognized accounting practices, that's what it stands for. GRAB 17 talks to issues of property, plant and equipment. GRAB 16 talks to issues of investment property. We also have GRAB 26 in terms of impairment of cash generating assets. GRAB 21, impairment of non-cash generating assets. GRAB 103, heritage assets. Then 110, which is living and non-living resources. Then we can also have GRAB 31, intangible assets. I think because the assets, they're the biggest line item on our balance
My
sheet.
apologies. Hey, I'm on fasting, my leader, so that's my prayer time. Apologies,
No,
that was
it's
an
fine.
alarm. Sorry. Yes.
No, it's okay. So we have critical controls which we have, which ensures that our asset register is correct. So one of the things which we do, we maintain and update the fixed asset register on a consistent basis. And then we also have within the city what is called SAMCO, the Strategic Asset Management Committee. This committee provides oversight in terms of asset related issues. On a yearly basis, we are required to do verification of assets, but because we have too many assets as a city, the policy stipulates that for immovable assets, which we we're talking pipes, we're talking substations. 20% of that should be verified on a yearly basis. But for movable assets, you're talking chairs, desks, that we have to verify every year, 100% every year. Then we also then do an assessment of the useful lives, impairment and asset conditions. This is done on a yearly basis, just to see what are the assets looking like, what conditions are they in, and whether the values which we are recording in these assets still reflect the actual reality of the assets on the ground. And we also then do an update of the asset management policy. This is one of the policies which comes through when we get the approval of the budgets. So with regards to the qualification, I think we should just have updated that. We still have an issue with regards to our assets. I know members would, we still have a qualification of assets in the current year. And where we are with regards to that, we have now also requested the assistance of CSIR to be able to assist us with regards to that asset qualification. But as we stand, we have taken the value out of our asset register in terms of those assets which were added, which resulted in the qualification. And the plan is that before the AG commences the audit for the 25-26 financial year, we should have cleared this qualification, and that is the agreement which we have with the AG. We actually had a meeting yesterday with the AG executive, and they indicated that they will provide resources by March, so that we are then able to look at the issue of the qualification, so that when the 25-26 financial year audit starts, we don't carry this issue of qualification into the new financial year. That's the presentation, Chair and members, with regards to the assets of the city. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Date Meyano. I once went to one of our, what do you call that? I saw toys there doing something else in my last inspection in Logos. So when you're talking of living resources, I'm thinking of that scenario. Councillors, here's the presentation. Mayor Randall, then Date Mabusela, and Date
Short and sweet. We note in the Auditor General's findings 23-24 that the property, plant and equipment, the infrastructure assets and community assets weren't valued according to GRAP 17 standards. Now we've seen GRAP 17, you've mentioned it. Can you maybe allude to that, and what was our interventions there to date? How have we addressed that? Then asset valuation itself, inappropriate rates were used. We've seen previously capitalized assets that were incorrectly revalued, inflating the asset register, which is also not a good thing. You cannot inflate the asset register by using the wrong rates and to revalue your assets incorrectly. That's critical. And the last thing, Chair of Chairs, is creditor invoices. Captured late, captured incorrectly, and it can lead to the understatement of your debt, which is also crucial. That's only the three things that I wanted to give to the presenter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Randall. Honorable Mabusela.
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. In terms of tracking, what is it method are you using for tracking of this asset? Secondly, I heard that you are saying you are going to be assisted by Auditor General in terms of resources, but we have been struggling in terms of classification of some of our assets, like my colleague have mentioned. do you trying to benchmark with other municipalities that they fund this correctly? I know that there are municipalities, you are Ekurhuleni, maybe you are City of Cape Town. They have a way of getting unqualified audit in relation to this. Perhaps you can benchmark with them. Do you have a plan for benchmarking with them? And furthermore, Chair of Chairs, the AG also found that the city did not properly disclose infrastructure assets, community and transport assets in accordance with generally recognized accounting practices. GREP 17. What might be the issue there? Assets under construction were incorrectly classified as well, and they led to a overstatement of depreciation by more than billions. And I've seen other municipalities that are using service providers for the update of their asset register. How are we doing the same, or are we using internal capacity to check the update of our asset register? And are we doing it manually, or is it computerized? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabusela. And last but not least, Honorable Councillor Matonsela.
Thanks, Chair of Chairs. Mine is going to be very short because of my colleagues have already covered me. My question is on the issue of the heritage sites, because of I know for a fact there are some of them that have been vandalized, and the city doesn't have a budget for it to revamp them. And in terms of the AG report, are they going to be captured in terms of existing heritage sites or property, or maybe they're going to be discarded?
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Matonsela. That goes along with one of the resorts in Bronco Spray. There's a one of our resorts are called Titrai. What's happening with that area? It used to bring vibe to that Region 7. Yes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. So with regards to the issue of infrastructure assets and community assets, so to give a bit of context, what happened, which led us to the qualification, there was an exercise which we undertook, I think in 2019-20, where we did a verification of all the assets. From that exercise, we then picked up some assets which were not on the asset register. We took those assets and then included them in the asset register. And it was mainly the infrastructure assets as well as the community assets. So this is what led to the issue of the overstatement. So when we brought in the value as a city, the challenge which we did was that we benchmarked with Ekurhuleni, and we brought the assets at values similar to Ekurhuleni. But the issue which AG then raised was that the conditions which the assets in Ekurhuleni are and the conditions for Botswana is different. They're experiencing, for instance, a road is experiencing different traffic volumes. So you cannot just take those values and put them there. You need to be able to take the values of similar assets within the city. Then those are the ones which you're supposed to use. So that was the initial challenge which we did, because we had taken values of a similar municipality. We've now gone back to then use assets which are within the city. So we will be able to address this issue of infrastructure assets as well as community assets. So that will also talk to, once we have used them, the assets within the city, then it then means that the issue of inflation of the asset register will then be with regards to the creditors' invoices in terms of the capturing of them late, that is now something which has been resolved. From a finance perspective, we've been sending people to the various departments so that they can have all the invoices coming on time, and I can confirm that this is resolved and we don't have this issue with regards to the assets, to the creditors in the current year. With regards to the trading of the assets, when we are to dispose of the assets which we don't need, obviously after that the various approvals from council, we will then be able to take them onto the auction, whatever the best value which we get, then that is what we use as a city. We have had issues of AUC. I think this is a focus area for us as a city now. There is a target that we should reduce AUCs by 20% year on year. 2 years back, our assets under construction, which we call AUCs, were sitting at 12.8 billion. End of the financial year, 30 June 2025, that had been reduced to 11.8 billion. So you can see that there is a gradual reduction in the AUCs. In fact, that committee, which is called the SAMCO, sits on a regular basis just to trace what is happening with the AUCs, and then we'll then be able to ensure that these are cleared. With regards to the update of the asset register, we use internal resources with regards to updating the asset register, but for things like verification, sometimes when we don't have capacity, we make use of external resources, but the bulk, that update of the asset register is purely done by people within the organization. The issue of heritage sites being vandalized, that is something which also has been raised by the AG, I think, in the current year. We've had, I know there is a fire station which is now illegally occupied, which is one of our heritage assets. So it's something which we obviously in our books we have to impair it to say that, okay, fine, we have it as a value of 10 million, but because it's now been illegally occupied, that value has gone down. But the CSD department is something which is focusing on that, and that is a specific issue which was raised with regards to vandalization of these assets. With regards to the resorts in Region 7, so there is a concerted effort with regards to marketing of the various assets which we have within the city. I think on a weekly basis, besides the communication which is being done to external stakeholders in terms of what facilities which we have. As a city, we're profiling the resorts which we have, we're profiling the assets which we have, advertising for the public to be able to come and actually utilize these resources. And I think maybe what we then need to do is just to quantify to see whether there is now an increase in terms of the uptake. But there is a focused marketing campaign towards whatever assets which we have within the city, to employees as well as the public, to utilize this facility so that we can get additional income as a city. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tate Meyano, Zain. Colleagues, all is covered. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Colleagues, we are now going for our last presentation of the day, and that is from the Royval, from the Energy and Electricity Service, and the presentation is on Royval. There at the bottom. Yes. Okay. There it is. Ah,
I can resend it to you.
Then you can send it to Office of the Speaker.
Speaker's office.
Speaker's office.
Speaker's office.
Speaker's office. That's right.
Speaker's office, ne?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sent.
Go up a bit.
You want to see it.
There it comes. Ah.
Yes, that's coming.
You know, you know that style when they are saying now yes.
Still sending.
I'm told one member went to a hearing, to a what do you call it, interview for a messenger post. And by the way,
Who's that?
Just gone through.
a former councillor somewhere in Kungwini, in the former Kungwini.
There are now 408. There were 407.
Maybe if you can go back.
It is was highlighted.
Maybe just go back to that inbox 408, click on it.
Ngicabanga uresenda
Speaker's office or office of the speaker?
Speaker's office.
Speakers.
Rachel?
Speakers, there is the email address. Speakers office at
Yeah, it's all right. It says EED, ne?
Nine. There it comes.
Yeah, that's the one. Thanks for that.
Yeah. Slideshow. There we go.
Start introducing the team that I have. I've got Tom Chief in my office, and I've got Bongani Kumalo. Bongani Koza in my office as well. Sorry for that.
Why?
It's
Why colleagues are you laughing when they say Kumalo, Bongani Kumalo? Is there something with this name?
That name is popular on the other side.
Oh, next door, yes. No, I'm coming.
all right. We start with just a background. The Royval Power Station is an old one. So when you compare it to the ESCOM one, it will more or less be not the bottom like the Camden and Komati, but it will just be a notch higher than that. And then its design capacity is 300 megawatts. So if you compare our total generation, it's just under 2,000. So you can see that it was doing about 3,000 out of 2,000, which is a significant amount. So to generate, you will need a combination of boilers and turbines, and they are rated at 60 megawatt each, and it's about 5 of turbines and 5 boilers. It uses pulverized coal, which is a step better than the old designs, which uses just raw coal, which is more hazardous. Pulverized, it's almost like crushed, and then it burns easily, and as such, it's burned more efficiently and less went to waste. So it's a highly regulated industry which requires minimum of an air quality license, which is in place, but it just needs to be updated. So the license is something that every now and then you must reapply for a renewal. Then we also have the water use license in place, and then we have got the generation license. The generation license is the gold part, because if you don't have that, you can't generate. So as you are aware, the station is under asset care and maintenance. It is not generating now because the conscious decision was taken to put it there so that we can look for investment. So, but by the time it was put to care and maintenance, there was some work done on Unit 2, which can almost allow that you can basically light up that boiler. So if you look at that boiler number 1 there, you can see that you can basically start that one of the 60 megawatts. The one which is refurbished, it's boiler 2, but the turbine was not refurbished, I think. The rest are really not in a good state. And then if we look at, so this one is just saying that the rest is not in a good space, and that that was the estimated money to fix the turbines and boilers, 150 million, which obviously the city didn't have by then, and decided to put it under asset care and maintenance. So this is just the work that needs to be done. Retubing the oil coolers, the turbine condensers, the heaters. So it's in for a major overall. And just as a drivers of cost, it uses a lot of coal. So during its heydays, there was a rail line that goes there, and coal used to be cutted there, and then it will then there will be a huge storage, and then the tractors will then fork it in, and then it will then generate continuously. Then there are a lot of chemicals that get used, sulfur and some acids, and then heavy fuel as well to ignite it. And then the big question was about the staff. So by the time it was put under asset care and maintenance, it had a number of staff, and we had to take some of those staff and retrain for now. And most of them have been absorbed as electricians and artisans in other electrical activities. Unfortunately, you cannot completely switch off the power station. The auxiliary must still remain running. So there is a minimum amount of staff that are there remaining even as we speak. The second issue is that there is a power station, and then there's a neighboring yard. The neighboring yard, it's still very, very useful, because that is where we connect the power to Kwaha and Pumulani. So it's basically used as an interchange. So the station is not working, but the yard next door is working. So that is an important point. We just also listed that there are other ways of burning cleaner coal in the conversion by adding scrubbers and others. And then what basically happened now, as you know, is that after the city has put it under a certain care, there were attempts to bring it back to service, but using partnerships. So this process stalled. I think there was a process that was started but didn't yield any investment. So we have started one last year, and then the step is just to start by getting a transaction advisor and then do a request for proposal and then get the person who will be able to meet the city's technical requirements, empowerment requirements, investment requirements, social requirements, and then we measure all of that, and the person who comes up tops will then be given up to 40 years to lease this station. With this one, we didn't specify the type of fuel that the investor must come with. So the investor can still come with coal, the investor can still come with gas, and there were other people who were proposing other methods almost similar to like it's almost like a hydro, the way it works, where it's a pump storage, where you have got some metal up there, and then you pump it down, and then when it reaches 15 degrees, something changes, and then this thing just keep on rotating, and then you end up, so 10 of those would bring way more than the 300 we have. So that is a very new technology that some people also propose, but we will have to go and evaluate that. So when we started this process, obviously we started with all the processes, public charter, decision by council on future of employees. I've already said that the employees, most of them have been absorbed, so that the new person who comes in can have his own employee. So at the stage that we are in is the appointment of a transaction advisor. The advertisement was done around December, Tom?
Yes.
February, yes. So this thing sometimes attract international players. So the transaction advisor will be part of our team to assist us to say, when we do a request for proposal, we have covered all the issues. And then once, I think we will beat that deadline of July. If we close in February and they evaluate, we can have the transaction advisor quicker. We initially recommended that we advertise the transaction advisor and advertise the RFP. So we advertise the transaction advisor to close in 3 months and the RFP to close in 6 months because they take a lot of time to compile this package. And then we said after the transaction advisor is in, then we'll take over. But it didn't fly. They felt that the transaction advisor must be part of drafting the request for proposal because it's a big issue. So in our timeline, we think by August, that is where this issue of the RFP should be. This is one of the biggest steps because this is where the city says that we are not going to partner with anyone who does not meet these financial requirements, this investment capacity, this environmental responsiveness. So we set the minimum, and then we evaluate according to that criteria, and we get a player. Unfortunately, with this one, we can only have one player, and then we will have to have a data room for to keep all the data so that this thing is traceable. And then we must get concurrence with National Treasury, and then there must be evaluation. We must pre-qualify bids. Pre-qualifying the bids is very important because you don't want people who waste time and take chances. So in that one, sometimes we put a money cap requirement to say that if you want to be considered serious, can you deposit 10 million to the city coffers, so that when we are working, we know that we are working with people who can raise money. And so that, obviously I'm talking 10 million, but that's what the council will have to decide. What is the fair amount to balance what we are saying. Asset valuation, very important. The station is well preserved, and then we just have to evaluate to say that this is, when we hand over the asset, this was the value of the asset, and that agrees on. And it ties in with what Zain was saying. The guy was sitting on the chair that I'm in, and he will be a major part in helping us. Then we'll have mandatory site visit and briefing so that everyone understands. And then we will have a due diligence by bidders. This is where we open up the station and the bidders can come, not at the same time. We'll have a lot of patients on item number 21. So they come in there, they ask questions, they look at the machines, they touch it, they feel it, they ask for supporting document so that they know what type of upgrades will be needed. What is key is the power purchase agreement. The power purchase agreement is the contract between us and the person who will win, to say that you will generate so much at this quality and will be buying at that much for, I think, period up to 40 years. Someone can come and say, I only want to enter for 30 years, but the council has opened up for that. And then we will also guide on the reserve bidder. The big issue with this big tender is that if you go with one and one person lets you down at the end, you fall straight to the ground. So you must have a reserve bidder principle. Sometimes, unfortunately, you must compensate the reserve bidder. So when you reach to the end and this one end, you say, we hereby reimburse for what you did from when you were reserve bidder to there. And then it ends. And then we announce that, and then there's financial closure. And then, sometimes I forgot which one I'm using. So then there will be value for money report. That one really is a council tool to say that when you look at all that this person is offering, is there value for money in all aspects? Can we say that this person is the best person for the value for money? And then if that one passes, then there will be contractual signatures, handover protocols, and construction upgrades begin. Unfortunately, we only anticipate that this thing will come online in 2029. The first megawatt. And then because of 40 years, we'll sign that long-term lease. But then this brings in that clarity to Royval. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. My leader, please, can you respect my meeting? Please. I let it slide earlier on. You just came in and said whatever you wanted to say. Yes, it was assisting to the meeting, but at the same time, you need to respect the meeting, please. Especially now that we are live, we need not to be, we need to take our people serious on the ground. Thank you very much. I see you wanted to add something. We need to then come to this. Please.
Well, thanks, Chair. My name is Tom Chiza from Energy and Electricity Business Unit. The point why I wanted to add on the last almost what the group head has raised, that we will have got the process of a longer term, but that process also tie us to the current contractual obligations that we have with ESCOM. In the current aspects, we are purchasing electricity 100% through our in-feed station from ESCOM. The moment you want to diversify, it means that you must give them a notice to say, no, instead of us buying 1,000, we no longer need 1,000. Therefore, we need to be able to say, this is what we'll then get from the IPPs. And two is that in case we then choose to change going forward, let's say the IPP failed to deliver what is required, for there's also a risk that council need to consider, that ESCOM will then want new guarantees to put in for you to commit for over a long term again for the supply agreement. And that's why that timelines of 2029, it also give us a buffer in between to be engaging with the ESCOM to say, can we maintain the current notified maximum demand through what we are buying, and we'll diversify over a period. We'll then be able to scale down when we are sure that the supply agreement or the supply from these IPPs can be guaranteed in that fashion. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Adiga. Mr. Kosa, do you have something to say?
No, they fully covered all the aspects of the presentation and the progress that was required from the first submission that we did.
Thank you very much. Councillors, Honorable Mabusela, then Honorable Matansela, can you borrow them this hot seat? Yes.
Thanks very much, Chair of Chairs, and the presentation. Very short, straight to the point. I just wanted to inquire for transactional advisors. I remember in our previous, is this financial year, in fact, the budget was, if I'm not mistaken, for transactional advisor, it was maybe 10 million to 30 million, if I'm not mistaken. So I wanted to check if it will be suitable for this transaction, or are you going to submit additional funding in the next financial year for only transactional advisors, so that also we can know how do we assist you, because it really helps. We are quite happy with the significant work and the progress that has been made in ensuring that we acquire independent power producers, especially for the Pretoria West and River. So, lastly, Chair of Chairs, just a comment, a word of appreciation for the work that colleagues have put in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabusela. Honorable Matonsela. Mabusela, Matonsela. The other one, Yabusela, Munya Tonsela.
No, thanks, Chair of Chairs. Yeah. No, ngizoseconda uMabusela. Siyabusela. Yeah, no, thanks for the presentation. Mine is very short again. In terms of your items, you listed your items in terms of numbers. And then on number 20 is the issue of the bidders. And then second to that is the reserve bidders. But then my question is on the dates, because there you stated that it's 2025 October. Because of all this plan, it's a process plan. So as much as we were saying that we take your presentation, but those days are backwards. So I just wanted to know. And if, let's say, we've already get those bidders and the reserve bidders, who are they? Or maybe it's just a misprint.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Kosa, I heard you saying it was a typo?
It's a typo. I remember it's still in January. Yeah, this is a type. It's supposed to be 2026.
Or October 2026. July 2026.
All right.
Not.
Not 2020.
Oh, so you're blaming it on January. No, thank you very much. Mr. Dr. Likwa?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, that one it's about deciding. It's a decision on the guidance regarding the reserve bidder. You might have heard me speaking of 10 million. So we wanted to, by then, have decided, are we going for a reserve bidder? If we are going for a reserve bidder, how much can we compensate that reserve bidder in terms something goes wrong? So when the transaction advice, when we were told to say that let's rather wait for transaction advisor for all these things, so things did fall back. But I do agree that that date is way backward, yeah. And my colleague has already apologized on the December effect. Now on the money, initially when we asked for money for the TA, we asked for 50 million. But then there were a number of projects that were pushed through, and we ended up sharing those money with a number of people. Ourselves, we are bringing in 3 projects. We are bringing in this one, we are bringing Pretoria West, and we are bringing in the solars. So there is the solar that people are applying for themselves, but there is the solar that will be next to the same station, Royval, and wherever. And then this solar industrial scale, we will need also a transaction advisor, because we need to be sure of the quality of the supply. And then there's the issue that we even had studies with CSIR to say that if this person is connecting to target Roselane load, you can connect that, or this is the type of strengthening that is needed. So that is where the transaction money will be needed about. So Councillor Mabusela is right. So what we did, we said that let's not wait for the first year. Let's go with what we have, and then we'll ask for more money as we see how these quotations came at here. So it is right, it's not enough. There will be requests for outer years.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. We are all covered.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Likwa, thank you very much, sir, and your team. We really appreciate your time. Yeah, it's just 4 days towards February, so I understand. So let's hope we will not blame it on Valentine's.
No.
Colleagues, thank you very much. That leaves me with nothing on the agenda, but to thank you for the wonderful meeting and a progressive one up to this far, and thanks a lot from the Portfolio Committee, Dadescelo and the team, the honorable councillors, the ones who were with us earlier on, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Khatle, and your good selves, plus the ones who had apologized. Thank you very much, colleagues. It was first time. You know, when I was told that there's a hearing, I thought somebody has somebody has to sit here and say, what did you do in December? Thank you very much, colleagues. Have a wonderful weekend, and hopefully I'll see you in the near future. Thank you very much. The meeting is officially adjourned. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we appreciate
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your weekend.
Same to you.
Thank you
very much.